studio by the managing director, Fred Michuki, and is also the principal officer in Shuami, Kenya Tech. Now, Fred has worked with the Standard Chartered Bank as a commercial banking managing director. Now, Kenya and East Africa headed a regional sport and forwards foreign exchange trading desks, both at the City Financial Services, New York. Fred, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Happy to have you around.
Thank you very much.
All right, let me begin from that particular aspect as well. I mean, when we're talking about mobile or financial inclusion in the country, I think you are best placed to tell us why we are not yet there, and where we are headed, especially in a 2022, a time when a 2020 gave us lessons that you need to include tech in everything that you're doing, especially in your economy, if you want it to tick. So I want you to start from 2020, if indeed you've seen that jump, but then you give us an outlook of where we are as a country when it comes to financial inclusion.
Okay, so thank you very much, Elijah. I think when we look at financial inclusion, we need to understand what we mean by that phrase and terminology. Because what has predominantly happened over the last 3, 4, 5 years is that we see a lot of activity around mobile lending. Okay?
Yes.
And that's where there's been quite a bit of focus, even as far as the regulator is concerned. So you hear a lot of talk, a lot of commentary, a lot of feedback coming from the Central Bank of Kenya and all those also who are regulated by that entity.
Yes.
So I would say that there's been quite a fixation around mobile lending. But as I said, if we take a step back and ask ourselves, what is financial inclusion? We must, if we're to be fair to the common individual who we're trying to extend this financial inclusion to, we must be cognizant of the fact that financial inclusion involves a lot more financial services. So where is the conversation around savings and actual liability or resource mobilization? Because those savings invariably are the ones that, if put into productive areas of the economy, are what then spur what I guess we'll be talking about SME funding.
Yes.
So when you look at countries, let's take Asia, for instance. You can take almost any country that's in Asia, whether it is Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, China. The savings culture is extremely strong, okay? And therefore, it's called delayed gratification, if you will. So you find that from the very smallest person in the economy, that could be somebody even who's a sweeper, all the way to even those who are very seriously engaged in the economy, the mentality around mobile saving, savings is very deeply ingrained. And because of that ability of the economy to put their resources together into financial institutions, it's the same money that eventually then is lent to the same people. So financial inclusion in as far as Kenya is concerned, and you said, let's go back to 2020.
Yes.
We can even look at maybe, let's say 2019, because technically that's when really the economy closed.
Yes.
Around March, when actions as a government to safeguard the interests of the people. So let me speak for an experience that we went through as Mobile Financial Solutions. We're very involved in what we call retail lending or last mile lending. What does this mean? That for us, our customer, when we talk about financial inclusion, is really that person who is a sole proprietor, actually, running a business in a kiosk, running a business in a salon, running a business in a butchery, a single individual, but engaged in business in one way or another. I often say that a kiosk, to me, is like Naivas or Tuskys, because if you go inside to that particular business venture, you're going to find BAT. He's selling cigarettes, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
He's selling Coca-Cola.
Yes.
He's selling diapers, so that's Procter & Gamble. So you can't really say that there's a difference between this kiosk and the supermarket, so to speak, where, then the larger activity takes place. He's serving the same purpose, and actually he's serving 80 or 90% of the population at that last mile level. So going back to 2019, when we had this disease or virus visit upon us and the country is closed, we took a decision, because we have people on the ground who, engage with customers, recruit them onto our platform, our lending platform, and it's a really face-to-face kind of engagement. Because of the fear of the virus, we had to sort of like shut down our business.
Yes.
All right, to safeguard the health interests of our people. But I put it to you, Elijah, that it is during that period, from March 2019 to date, where there was the most activity ever in as far as FMCG is concerned on the ground. You would imagine that business would be scaled back, isn't it? We've seen a lot of activity and a lot of impact in areas like, let's say, hospitality.
Yes.
Because hotels were hit, isn't it? Bars, you talk to KBL, the activity around bars was hit significantly, because now people were forced to, shift back to any activities that they're undertaking will be at home, isn't it?
Yes.
But when you talk to the person who's running a kiosk, the one who's selling bread, the one who's selling cigarettes, the one who's selling sugar, you remember now everybody is back home. Even the maid, the child has come home from school and is resident at home. We ourselves, if you want to call us in the middle class and so on and so forth, you didn't fire the maid, you didn't fire the house help because of this disease that had come. Life continued. So if you talk to anybody who was in FMCG, 2019, 2020, even 2021, you're reporting the results, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
You look at EABL, it is wines and spirits that drove them up. It is not the traditional beer business, isn't it? This is where we've seen some 6, 7, 8% growth, which we never saw before. If you look at their numbers historically, they've relatively been flat, isn't it? You've recorded about BAT. Now look at all the others. And you will see there's been an upward trend. Consumption, all right, at the home base. And as a result of that, you'll find that those manufacturers who are involved in this fast-moving consumer business have done very well over the last 2 to 3 years.
Yes.
Okay? So when we talk about financial inclusion, you will find that now a lot of players who are coming into the market are really trying to move people into more use of their mobile phone. Safaricom is doing a good job right now in terms of getting people to shift from the Mulika Mwizi to smartphones. So they've got their Lipa Mdogo Mdogo kind of program. And you'll find there are also other players in the market who are also financing individuals to purchase phones and pay on a monthly basis, on a daily basis, 20 bob, 50 bob, isn't it? It's that drive to get to digital. So now you see that what has happened over the last few months, people like Sandy, people like Jumia, people like Glovo, everything has shot up, isn't it? In fact, if you want to look at it from another perspective, look at the purchases of border purchases on a monthly basis.
Yes.
250,000 a month. This has been going on for some time, okay, over the last 2 to 3 years. All these guys who are coming in to purchase these vehicles, they're getting some financing one way or the other, either through Car in General, either through Stanbic, who have given some facilities. You secure against the asset, isn't it?
Yes.
But it's going through. So what does this imply? This delivery that is digital, this engagement that was not there prior to 2019, that now requires a lot of delivery of things and so on and so forth. We are seeing the economy slowly becoming very digitized and people moving more towards mobile activity and financial inclusion. But as I said, what about the mobilization of savings? Very important when you look at it from a financial inclusion perspective. What about things to do with insurance? We'll be talking a little bit about insurance later. That is what also actually drove us into this area of trying to provide insurance again for last mile. Because when you look at penetration in the market, depending on whether you look at your statistics, it could be anywhere from 2.3% to just below 3%, right? I'm talking about in terms of penetration. The way they calculate penetration, obviously they take GDP. Our GDP is growing in multitudes, GDP, and then against the gross underwritten premiums. It might not be necessarily the right measure, but that's what we have for the time being. So then what you find is that, of course, as a metric, if that is also part of financial inclusion, then from the insurance perspective, we're not doing well. Actually, we've been reducing over the last 4 or 5 years in as far as penetration is concerned. And when you talk to the common man down there and say, okay, why don't you have an insurance cover for funeral services? You know, instead of getting into this thing of michango, where inevitably something is going to happen either to yourself or to a family member or to a friend, and you're going to be asked for 500 to 1,000 shillings, that is inevitable. Why not just put 50 shillings every month aside But you see, we have to even look at ourselves from an African cultural perspective. This implied safety net exists. Today, it's me who has a problem, and I know I can reach out to Elijah.
Yes.
Elijah will definitely help me with 500 or 1,000, because tomorrow, when this is his turn, he's going to come to me, and I'll be there. So there's an implied safety net around insurance, but you see, it's not guaranteed, yeah? Somewhat, but it is in a way. When that emergency comes, we'll be able to put something together. So now I'm talking about financial literacy.
Yes.
That's where I'm heading into now, isn't it?
Yes.
That there is a responsibility that we ourselves have, even those who are engaged in these financial services, to educate those people that we're working with on the ground. I believe that government also has a role to play in as far as extending financial literacy, because people need to understand why is it important for you to actually make that monthly commitment to put something aside so that you can safeguard your future. Those kind of things. Yes.
All right. Now, let me also draw back a little bit. I mean, you've been in this particular space for 12 years in the country. That's quite a long time. You yourselves, when you look at the way in which you've morphed as a business, would you say that indeed you've changed with the needs of this particular space? And if you've changed, to what direction have you changed as a company, and what are those specific needs now that we can look at and say, well, MFS couldn't have given you this a couple of years ago, but now they are actually right within this space?
Yes, so yeah, we've been around actually for its 10 years.
Yes.
And last week, 16th of February, was actually our 10-year anniversary. And we've definitely changed as the industry has changed, yes. As let me say, opportunities have presented themselves, because the first principle is that we approach technology in financial services as a channel. It's really a channel to try to solve for problems. Yes. So that's the first principle. We're trying to solve for a problem or somewhere where there's some friction, okay, using technology. So when we started our journey 10 years ago, there were no mobile lending platforms at all. Okay, we were the first ones in the business, actually, Mshwari and then ourselves.
Yes.
Where we launched a product with Kenya Commercial Bank called KCB Mobile. I think it's quite well known in the market. And so our basic principle at that time was to provide technology solutions to financial institutions, isn't it? Banks and SACCOs, yes. To enable them to meet their customers' needs.
Yes.
And the first thing that we started off with was mobile loans at that time, right? And you can see how it has become so pervasive until today. As I said, financial inclusion is really synonymous with lending, mobile lending.
Yes.
But anyway, after about 5 years, so let's say about 2015, 2016, because of my engagements in the bank, I was able to look at different value streams. So we start off with a manufacturer who is producing some good. It could be Bidco, oil refineries making products for the ground. It could be KBL, who is making beer, whatever it may be. The manufacturer has got a role. They're the ones who make the final product. That product then, one way or another, has to be delivered to you. Okay, it could be in the supermarket, or it could be in the kiosk, or it could be the local wholesaler. It has to get there. So how does this product then move from the manufacturer to that retail level? In between here, there's distribution. Very serious distribution that happens.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And these guys push serious volumes. All right, distributing all over the country. So you have big players. Some of the names that we use, like from our Moranga, is like Radia distributors.
Yes.
These guys who have been there for the longest time, isn't it?
Yes.
They control large territories. They know how they push cigarettes. They move soda. They move beer. There's a distributor, and then from there, this distributor is taking now product into the last mile, into your local, isn't it? Into your kiosk. So he invests in vehicles, he invests in people, and he's pushing product there. Now, what is very interesting is this, what I found from my banking, is that between manufacturer and distributor, here there's a very strong conversation with financial institutions around the facilities to provide them.
I see.
Of course. You see, the distributor,
yeah.
when he's pushing, let's say on behalf of EABL, he's been given a territory, Westlands, Kileleshwa, Kilimani.
Yes.
His annual turnover can be anywhere between 2 billion to 5 billion shillings.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so it's quite significant. It then warrants him to have a conversation with a bank or a financial institution, isn't it? He can sit across and say, these are my cash flows, all right? You can see my business, it's very tangible. And therefore, please provide me some financing for trucks, for whatever he may need to push his business. But now, where does this product get consumed? It gets consumed at the kiosk level or at the bar level down there, isn't it?
It's not on the board, is it?
It's all exactly. Now,
yes.
who's talking for that guy? Who is actually having a conversation to say that lady called Jemima Wanjiku, who owns that kiosk, who gets up in the morning, by the way, 4:35 in the morning, where DPL Festive, bread guy is coming, Superloaf guy is coming, the guy who does Coca-Cola is coming. They all come every day or every other day to deliver stock to her. She's dealing in cash. Either she has that money to be able to purchase those stocks, because he'll never give her credit.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
He's not going to give her credit. So either she has cash to purchase those stocks, or she can't do any business. In other words, even for her to grow, assuming maybe she does purchases, let's just say hypothetically, 50,000 shillings per week, okay?
Yes.
Of different goods.
Yes.
She knows how her working capital cycle is. Every 2-3 days, I need to stock up on this. Let's say she wants to move from 50,000 to 100,000. How does she move?
She's going to go for credit, isn't it?
Where is she getting the credit from? Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yes.
So this other part is very structured. That's what I'm trying to drive at. The manufacturer and distributor part is quite structured. You can go to the bank, you can go to a microfinance, you can offer some collateral. This other one doesn't have collateral.
I see.
They don't have collateral, yet they're so significant in as far as spurring the economy and being part and parcel of that movement of cash. So that's where we saw an opportunity. We said, you know what? The same way that this distributor, somebody comes to talk to them and offers them a financial solution, we must be able to talk to these people on the ground and find out what their problems are.
Because the chain ends there.
Correct. The chain ends here.
In fact, you can actually say it starts from there and then goes all the way upwards.
Good, because this is where the demand is created.
Yes.
You understand? So now, what we then decided to do was, we said, hey, you know what? We've got some technology. That's why I'm saying that technology is a channel. All right, we've got some technology. We've been doing this mobile lending for some time with KCB, with so on and so forth. It's the same engine. All right. How do we take this technology that we've been using and then flip it around?
Yes.
Using the same tech.
Yes.
But now dealing with a different use case, trying to solve for a different problem. So what we did was then we went to the distributor. Now you go to the district. You're the guy who distributes to this person directly, isn't it? Tell us about them. What's your relationship with them? What are their margins? You're the whole. You buy at wholesale. You give to them at retail. What are their margins? How much money do they make there in between? How often do they turn over? Because you see, these guys are not there for 6-month money. He's every 2-3 days.
Every 2-3 days.
And their profit margins are good.
Yes.
They're making 20-30%, 20-30%.
Yes.
So once you're able to understand that, then you say with a distributor. So you're saying this guy, every 2 days you're supplying him. Every 2 days, every 3 days. I think we can work together. Because you know him, you have a relationship with him. Okay, we can come in as a partner. This is what we have. We have this technology. We may have some also financial partners behind us, the owners of balance sheet, who are interested in getting into last mile, but don't really know how to get there. But since we are the ones who we are rolling up our sleeves, we are now creating a product that meets the needs of this person. We will provide this person with some credit, right? This credit will be injected directly to the distributor. We won't put any money in M-Pesa account. No, we pay the distributor either in his bank account or we pay in his M-Pesa account so that he can come and release stock to this person so that they can continue their trading. Isn't that stock financing?
It's stock financing, isn't it?
Correct.
Yes.
That's all. Really, that's what I'm trying to drive at. That it's looking for where the challenge is and where the gap is, and then looking for the right partners. For instance, I could not go directly to this retail outlet, the kiosk or the bar, and then just give them credit directly. My money will get lost. It must be tied into this business activity, this economic activity, as you said, that starts from the ground, moves to distributor. Isn't that same money the same one that's going to end up in KBL? It's because the distributor must pay KBL.
It's pretty much the same money.
And then that's what now comes to your reporting.
Yes.
When you say 5% or 6%.
Yes.
Correct.
Fantastic. Now, I mean, when you look at where we are, I gotta ask you this as well. You like to think that if you look at the mobile penetration levels in the country, because that's an area that you're also really well embedded in, some people say it's more than 100% because it's been proven the majority of Kenyans have more than one mobile phone. Some people tell you it's now above 70% if you go by the one single handset kind of model. But then you sit back and then you say, well, but the financial inclusion levels are way below 50%. Then you ask yourself the question, what is not going on? And I want you to talk to me from government policy perspective. Is that where we're really failing?
Well, I'm not very sure as to whether it is can solely be pinned onto government policy, but it does have a role to play.
Yes.
Look, I talked about resource mobilization or deposit mobilization.
Yes.
As being an integral part of anything that you would want to call financial inclusion. Mobile penetration, yes, as you say, it could be 100%, could be this or that. This will really speak to the success of a payment platform like M-Pesa.
Yes.
The ability to be able to move money from one place to another, especially to withdraw and to deposit.
Yes.
You see, we're still 90% cash. Even the United States, with all its rails and what have you, is still in late 70s to 80s in cash.
Yes.
Even India, which introduced the national payment system, which every single member of the country is involved in, is still at 60 or 70% cash. Cash is not something that's going to disappear anytime soon. Okay? Lot of efforts heading in that direction, but still that is the nature of the globe. We were not just talking about Kenya. So M-Pesa as a payment channel, as a methodology of moving money between one person and the next, extremely successful. Now we're talking about your mobile penetration, isn't it? The phone,
yes,
isn't it?
Yes.
That I need. And of course, then you have 2 lines or 3 lines, right? One is for data, isn't it? Telecom of late has been doing very well because of their data bundles and so on.
Yes.
But do you ask anybody as to whether they use that telecom line to call? They don't. They're using it for data. Even for Airtel, they know exactly why they need that Airtel line, isn't it?
Yes.
It could be for some bundle, but for the payment channel, it's only this guy. It's really this guy.
Yeah.
So that will speak to the issue that we're talking about in terms of the penetration of mobile phones. But now, Elijah, if you will recall, when Michael Joseph was launching M-Shwari, what was that product actually all about? M-Shwari was not about lending. It's not a lending product. It's a savings product.
It's a savings product.
Yes, it was introduced as a savings product. You are then supposed to mobilize your extra resources and some income plan for your future, but have this safety net that in the event that you have an emergency, you can even actually borrow against it. Don't liquidate. You've saved 10,000, but you need 2,000. Don't liquidate this thing. Just borrow a little bit against. We will give you a small loan,
yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
See what it has morphed into. It's now a lending solution, right? So what am I driving at? You talked about policy and you talked about regulation, right? It's at that point in time where that emphasis should have been made and continue to be made to people. Say, we must continue to save. You must plan for your future. You must, because these are the things that open opportunities for that person to open the kiosk. It's the one that open opportunity for this other person to pursue a master's degree or a degree in something, or to look for a course either in tertiary or to look for something in agriculture. These are the things that, so resource mobilization, we are spending too much. We're spending too much. And again, it's driven from what people see from the leadership.
Yes.
I'm talking about governments, isn't it? When you find that we're in a situation where we are constantly borrowing, invariably this message is sent down to the people on the ground. Isn't it? We take cue only from what we see from up there. So then that interest in terms of borrowing, it's not there, or the importance of it. And then I talked to you about a safety net, this implied safety net. You see, it extends even further to if somebody passed away, we know that we can do a little mchango. Now even people start becoming almost helpless, isn't it? They think that every problem that is to be solved for will be because of mchango. This is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about our value system. I'm talking about who we are as a people. So government definitely has a strong role to play,
yes.
But they must they must demonstrate themselves first.
Pretty much.
Prudent, managing funding, so.
Now, as we're clear, I'm informed that we only have 2 minutes for this conversation, Fred. MFS now, what do you want to morph into? You mentioned a very particular area, insurance lending. That's another area that, we look at the penetration. We are doing worse off vis-a-vis our economic performance, even vis-a-vis our GDP. How do you see yourself unlocking this space as a MFS? In 2 minutes, if you can, so we clear this conversation.
So again, as we were, on our journey to serve, the last mile and look for how to work with them around financial services, we also discovered a gap around insurance. Individuals need insurance for their own medical survival in case some emergency happens. Individuals down there also need insurance for their businesses, just the same way that this building is insured and your business here is insured. Why shouldn't that person also be insured, their stock and so on? We found there was a gap. There was no insurance for them. Products are up here, but how they get to the people down there is very difficult. And insurance industry is also same kind of like rigidity and regulation around even this is one of banking, same thing. So we saw our role again, as if you want to call us a fintech, as being able to bridge between that guy up here who he wants to get the product down. He doesn't even know how to do it. He doesn't know how to engage. That's our role. The same way that we did with the distributor, all the way down to the person in the kiosk and retail. We said this person needs insurance. We've got technology. We're going to create the technology channel through mobile so that they can procure from you and then also benefit from this thing we talk about called financial inclusion. So for us, we are driven by, can that person access? Are there products for that person? We talk to the people who own the product, panel beat it and take it down. That's what we do. And that's how we have been able to do insurance. In fact, you'll see a launch coming in a couple of weeks. Quite interesting. So we are just innovating with underwriters. Those who are like-minded, those who are willing to go to the ground, we say we are here to work with you from a technology perspective. But if you're talking about financial inclusion, insurance must be part and parcel of the conversation. How do we get to the people so that they can also partake in this industry?
Fred, make sure you call me to the launch. It's a particular area that I'm actually interested in, because I've seen different people talk about cracking the code when it comes to insurance penetration in the country. It's seemingly not working.
Sure.
Make sure you call me to the launch.
I will.
Quite a lovely conversation this morning. We were with Fred, really talking about financial inclusion in the country. He's mentioned a couple of very fantastic points. We promise you, take him online at Metropol TV. And the good thing about that is we can actually rewind him and start listening again. He's mentioned a couple of good points on exactly what he thinks about financial inclusion in the country and why MFS is embedded in that particular conversation. And lastly, on that particular area, that they're launching a product that is going to tackle insurance penetration in this country. Something good to look at to that particular end as well. Now, once we come back, let's talk about BAT. That's stellar performance. If you're really a shareholder, you do know it's 5 billion for your dividend for the year ended at 31st December 2021. And then I asked this question. Since we're talking about digital solutions this morning, what is the Central Bank of Kenya against? Is it just Bitcoin or the entire digital currency conversation? Once we come back here on a Business AM.
Managing your finances starts with questions. Where do I put my money? What opportunities are available for my money? What ratios should go into savings, spending, and leisure, if you may? Now, trying to answer all these questions can sometimes mean you have to understand concepts like savings, loans, forex, stock markets, and sometimes politics. And honestly, sometimes it can get a bit overwhelming. On Eye on the Money, we take you through intelligent investment and finance management decisions so that you keep track of every coin that comes out of your pocket.
There's so many reasons to love sports, but one thing stands out: numbers.
Straight from the big leagues,
Which is the biggest team in the English Premier League?
it is the numbers that make them stand out. Even when the muscles define the game, the numbers add value to the stats. Every swing comes with a number. On Sports Center, we go behind the game. On Sports Center, we go behind the game for the numbers. Metropol Sports Center at this time only on Metropol TV.
Africa amazes me. Its technology and innovations, the people, their businesses, as a culture deeply rooted at the core of its hunger for growth. This is what I'm passionate about. Every Tuesday, it's technology on Business Center, and Thursdays, I hang out where the hustle happens. My name is Tabitha Muthoni, and this is Metropol TV, the home of wealth creators.
Basically, I fund it from my pocket.
Hapo pesa inaanza kuingia, tunaanza kuharvest.
Budget ya ukulima hii ya macadamia inakuwa ni sio mingi, ni kidogo sana.
Kaona hapo niko na shilingi 4 za faida.
You utilize the economy scale. You know, the higher your scale of production is, the more the profit margin.
Aquaponics is if you grow plants and fish in one system.
When we came here, we realized there was potential.
We are back with bigger stories and more lessons. Yes, we are turning and learning off the pages of the Farm Journal. Every Tuesday only on Metropol TV, home of wealth creators.
In journalism training, only 5 viewpoints matter for a proper story. My experience as a business journalist has, however, taught me that there is more. So now I understand that before I walk into that interview, I have to look for the hidden. So for me, what sticks is the story behind the story. What would you say is that unique, very unique selling aspect that you can guarantee I will not find anywhere else?
Good question.
My name is Ingrid Nantege, and this is Metropol Television.
There is different sports, so why not different languages?
Katika kutathmini hali na matukio viwanjani, kikosi tumekisuka kikasukika, kwani mwanzo wa chanzo ni chani mbili.
Do they need to win because they're your team or because
No, we want for them the league.
I'm an Arsenal fan by the way.
Why am I here? Why am I here, man?
Hapa taa zimewaka.
Kweli mataa yananiruhusu kuripoti yanayotendeka katika mtaa yote.
Maneno.
Ni betting na kukibizi sana.
Mimi ni Arsenali, lazima kaa ange, kwani bango likitolewa mjini habari huwa wameipata.
My name is Shiko Kimani. I am the proprietor for Paprigano Restaurant and Pub in Nakuru, Milimani. I started this restaurant in 2008. Paprigano, the name, is actually a combination of paprika and oregano. Paprigano. So those are the herbs we use when we are doing our barbecues. Smeka is, I would call it a system that allows you as an entrepreneur to load all your transactions. It helps you monitor your cash flows. You are actually able to pull out a profit and loss statement from the system. You can also pull out your LPOs from the system. The better part of it is the banks are able to access your daily routine, your inflows, your outflows, like that. And so when the banks do that, then they actually don't need so much documentation when you want a facility. You can actually just get a facility in 24 hours. Yes, so the bank can be able to see what you buy, what you don't buy. Okay, your stock is low. They can even call you and ask you, okay, we've seen your stock is low. Can we, come in and assist you? And you can also request for loans online. So I think it's a really good product. And once the entrepreneurs know about it, it will be very good, because even if you go to the bank for a facility, they always ask you for the documents. A lot of entrepreneurs don't have the documentation that I sold this today, I sold this in a month, what's your turnover, So yeah, it has been really been helpful. I would recommend Smeka to any entrepreneur because it actually organizes you. You're able to have your documents in place. You know your net worth, you're able to plan, you're able to budget, and that is what entrepreneurs need to become successful.
To register your business on Smeka platform, call 0715 830 690. Smeka, your highway to business financing and automation.
Now, today we are looking at some of the facts that are in the dairy industry that you may or may not know. Number one is cows must give birth to produce milk. Did you know that? Yes. Now, that's right. It may seem obvious, but many people have no idea that to produce milk, cows must be pregnant or have just given birth. Like all mammals, cows lactate to nourish their young ones. Now, you know that calves are stolen from their mothers. Just hours after they are born, calves are withdrawn from their mothers. Understandably, this forced separation is traumatic, and the mothers are below for hours or days, now pacing and searching for their stolen calves. This heartbreak happens at every dairy farm. Now, the male calves are often killed for veal. Since male calves don't produce milk, they are useless to the dairy industry and often sold for veal production. Veal is a direct byproduct of the dairy industry.
Would you love to finish that novel you're reading when there's a blackout? Or do you simply enjoy reading at night and don't want to turn on the lights? Well, Boiwo has got you covered. Let's take it away. Light is essential for any reading experience, and that's why book lights are fundamental in helping you read at night or in the dark without a hassle. Introducing the Boiwo Booklight, a completely reimagined booklight for a better reading experience. It is powered by tiny LEDs that give you even warm lighting that maintains contrast while scattering light to minimize glare. It also allows you to control lighting precisely with a touch for uninterrupted reading. Boiwo Booklight has a refreshing look designed with style and comes in different popping colors to match your personality. The band is made of genuine leather and is laminated for durability. Aluminium magnet buckles are also included to give the light a polished experience and ensure it doesn't fall off. You can grab one of these unique booklights or an alternative on Amazon for just 2,000 Kenyan shillings. For more tech features, follow us on our social media handles at Metropol TV KE.
Avocado is native to the Americas, where it is divided into 3 subspecies: Mexican subtropical, Guatemalan semi-tropical, West Indian tropical. Researchers believe that humans began cultivating avocados about 5,000 years ago. It was introduced to Kenya in 1930s by the Portuguese. It was first cultivated for commercial purposes in the 60s. Avocado is a pear oval or nearly round shaped. The skin of a ripe avocado varies in color based on the variant. It may be green, deep green, dark green, or a dark purple that appears nearly black. Avocado has over 40 variants, but in Kenya, 2 variants are commonly grown. These variants are the Hass variant, grown mainly for export market, and Fuerte variant, grown mainly for processing. These 2 variants grow about 120 trees per hectare. It is advised to space the trees with 9 meters by 9 meters for maximum yield. Plant the tree rows on an east to west orientation for maximum sunshine exposure. Avocados grow well in a warm to cool climate at an altitude of 1,500 to 2,100 meters above sea level. Avocados require 1,000 to 1,600 millimeter of rain well distributed across the year. It requires an optimum temperatures of between 15 and 24 degrees centigrade with an average 2,000 hours of sunshine a year. Avocado thrives on 1 meter of topsoil that is permeable and free draining with adequate moisture retention. The best soils should be medium sandy loam with a pH of between 5.5 to 6.5. Propagation is mainly from seeds or seedlings. Grafting of seedlings is commonly used to increase yield, resistance to diseases, adaptation to different soils, as well as convenience to the farmer due to the dwarfing effect of the grafted variants. Avocado starts to yield 3 to 4 years after transplanting. However, economical yields start at the 6th year, with trees above 5 years yielding about 800 to 1,000 kilograms per hectare per year. This is about 80,000 to 100,000 fruits. In Kenya, avocados are harvested between March and September, depending on region and variant. In Kenya, avocado is farmed in Murang'a, Kiambu, Nyeri, Embu, Makueni, Meru, Kisii, and Nakuru counties.
Good morning at Metropol TV KE across all your social media platforms. My name is Elijah Charles Kiage. This morning, we do have an interesting conversation to get into in as much as your economy is concerned. And let me take my time to introduce the panel that is joining us this morning for a proper conversation. Let me start with Justin Mwangi, who's an investment analyst. Justin, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Sim. How are you?
Fantastic. I'm happy to have you around. Let me also cross over to Alice Anangi, who's a cryptocurrency trainer and founder, Zidane Technologies. Alice, good morning and a happy 2022. This is the first time that we're talking this year.
Good morning, Simba. Yes, happy new year and great to be here.
Happy to have you around as well. Lastly, we have David Gitonga, who's the managing editor, Bitcoin KE. Dave, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Simba. Happy again.
Happy to have you around. All right, let's begin with Justin on that particular first area where BAT shareholders will get a record 5 billion in dividends, which translates to 53 shillings and 50 cents per share, or a total 5.3 billion for the year ended December 31st, 2021, after revenue jumped to 25.4 billion. Now, the company's profits for the period under review jumped by 18% to 6.5 billion, which enabled the cigarette maker to raise its dividends by the same margin as the 45 shillings per share it paid a year before. Now, this payout follows an interim dividend that BAT paid for the 6 months that ended at June 2021, with the dividend consisting of an interim 3 shillings and 50 cents per share that was paid for the 6 months ended at June 2021. While announcing the results, BAT indicated that the easing of the COVID-19 restrictions created an enabling environment for the business to thrive, while also crediting continued investments around their brands. Now, the record dividend payout represented a yield of 11.4%, going by last week's closing price of around 468 shillings per share, the third highest after at the boost after Kabasit that has a hit of 14.8% dividend yield and an NSE 12.97%. Fantastic. Just before we cross over to Justin this morning, let's look at that data set from BAT so we can actually talk about it. Now you can see a dividend per share, that point that we ended from 2017, you can see they were actually at a 26 shillings from 2017, sorry. Now if you cross over to 2021, that has continuously grown from the 45 shillings in 2020 to the 53 shillings and 50 cents and at 2021. What a stellar performance around that area. Let's cross over to the next one. And if you look at the BAT performance, then we're talking about 2021 year ended at 31st December. And you can see that profit after tax, 6.5 billion. And the net revenue was at 25.4 billion. And that area and the gross revenue closes in at a 40 billion. Let's move on to the next indicator this morning. And if you look at that profit after tax trend from 2017 to 2021, they were at 3.3, and at 2019 was their worst at 3.9. That was the only time they went down in terms of that profitability trend. 2020, when a majority of NSE stocks were complaining about the effects of the coronavirus pandemic, in fact, even cancelled dividend payouts, BAT was at 5.5 billion, ended up paying 45 shillings per share. And in 2021, they closed in at a 6.5 billion. That's where we are. Justin, looking online last week when they announced this result, one word just kept on coming out: stellar performance. Would you share the same sentiments going by this BAT's number?
Definitely. I think the word stellar is the most accurate description of the performance of the company. BAT for a while now has been a really good company to invest in. They have continuously performed really well. They're a mature company. You're assured of getting good dividends, regardless of the period of time you're in, whether it's an election year, whether it's a pandemic year, whether there are issues with the currencies, debt, etc. So yes. Yeah, I believe this is a very, very good performance. The most encouraging bit to it, of course, is the focus on cost management, because for a company that is as mature as BAT, don't expect revenues to be increasing year on year significantly. So as long as they're able to keep managing their costs, then we'll keep seeing such good performance from the company. So yeah, I did very good performance from the company.
Pretty much. Now, let's go back and look at that particular performance. If we could actually give a breakdown, Richie, again, of their performance in 2021, because that's exactly why what they keep on indicating from time to time. Justin, if you look at their gross revenue, it comes in at 40 billion. Net revenue, 25.4 billion. In fact, we start from there. And their net revenue was 25.4 billion. Profit before tax, 9.3, profit after tax, 6.5 billion. Time in, time out, again, Justin, they keep on saying the tax regime in this particular sector, in fact, they're saying in this particular industry, is the one that keeps on hitting us in the wrong way. Would you agree that indeed, for a company that comes in with profit before tax of 9.3, ending to get 6.5 billion after tax, that's too much taxation?
You see, what the main issue here is the product that BAT deals in.
Yes.
If you look at the company itself in terms of how it's managed, production, the quality of products it puts out there, it has so many positives. But its biggest challenges, other than of course the illicit trading, is regulatory overreach. Time and time again, we have seen taxes being increased. If you look at just from 2015 to date, taxes have increased at least 4 times. Then last year we had, of course, then KRA announcing that it's going to adjust its excise duty as per the inflation.
Yes.
So going forward, so we are likely to see BAT suffering from increased taxation. Now, the disadvantage of this is that as a company, you can't take on that full element. So they end up increasing the costs of the products that they're offering. So yeah, I think yes, there's definitely a lot of tax overreach from the government when it comes to BAT, but it's not unique to Kenya. Across the whole world, we see a lot of high taxations across sub-Saharan, even in UK where BAT is headquartered, whereby companies that engage in products like this that have a lot of have tobacco content, they are forced to pay a lot of taxes. Even when you look at advertisements, very limited. BAT cannot advertise, for example, in Kenya. Even when you look at the packaging, they have to use very, for lack of a better word, very grotesque images on their packaging, just so that they can be able to ensure whoever is taking this product is fully aware of the negative health effects. So and then you look at the country, there are so many lobby groups as well that are clearly against the use of tobacco and related nicotine products that will continue to pressure the government in terms of, so that the government can protect its citizens against the adverse effects of tobacco products.
Yes.
What this ends up in is a lot of over-taxation, especially if you compare to other industries, and it's unlikely to change. You'll probably see this being a recurring theme, which has been for a while, and unfortunately BAT has to deal with it. In as much as it's performing well, it still has to take on that burden. What sometimes is viewed as unfair is, for example, year in, year out, taxes are being increased, but there also been other measures have been introduced, such as the solar sham contribution, whereby apart from the taxes they are paying, for example, last year about 6 billion to the government alone, they still have to make a certain contribution towards the solar sham fund, which will be able to go to, for example, cancer programs and all these programs that aim to fight against the effects of tobacco. So yeah, definitely tax overreach, but unlikely to change in the near future.
Pretty much. Now, Justin, this is a direct question from some of viewers this morning were asking, what is really particular, interesting about this particular stock? What makes BAT a performing stock? Because if we look at 2020, when majority of our companies, even in the country, were cancelling their dividend payouts, BAT already did fork out a 45 shillings dividend payout. Again, we go back to 2021, leading again in that record dividend payout. In fact, if you look at the government yield now in the one-term T-bills that any other short-term investor might want to get into, BAT will be a better option because now the yield currently stands at 11.4%. Government stands at 9.7%. What is particularly interesting or unique about BAT that makes it a performing stock time in, time out?
From an investor point of view, when you invest in any share, you're looking at capital appreciation and dividend yield.
Yes.
For BAT, it's known as one of the best dividend stocks because year in, year out will give you a very good percentage. Right now it's about 11.4%, as you said. I think the list over the last 5 years has been about 7%. So it's going to give you a good dividend yield. If you compare this, for example, government securities, 1-year treasury bill is about 9%. So you're getting something that is tangible, something that is will be able to help you as an investor. Then if you look at the actual capital appreciation, BAT's share price always performs well. What happens is every beginning of the year, it usually we see a huge increase because of the dividends announcements. But then even after that, it doesn't drop too much. Of course, the market corrects itself, but it doesn't drop too much. So if you just hold on to the stock, wait for the dividend payout, and even if you need to sell, once you're selling it, you won't experience capital losses on the money you've put in. So overall, a very good investment to make as an investor. And this is all based on the fact that this is a very mature company.
Yes.
She has a very mature market. She has very sticky clients because, for example, if someone smokes, they smoke. Regardless of how tough the economy is, they'll probably find that they still have some money. They go and buy a cigarette or two to smoke. So that sort of situation whereby they have very sticky clients, even if they increase their prices, these people still buy their products, then is the reason why they keep performing well. We haven't had reduction in gross revenue in a while. Even when it was there, it was very explainable, it was very marginal. So overall, now the biggest challenge with BAT is that you wouldn't expect to see a huge increase in revenue because the number of people who are smoking is not increasing significantly.
Yes.
As more and more people move even away from example, tobacco products to the tobacco-free products, what they try to focus on in the future. And because of this, then you're likely to see significant capital appreciations year on year. But on the dividend end, definitely you're going to see good dividends from this company.
Yes.
And they always pay 85 to 100% of their net profits to the shareholders. So all the money they get, they distribute because they don't need to keep investing. They've already invested. They're at capacity. They're providing as much as they need to. So I think that is the biggest attraction towards this stock.
Yes. Lastly, as we clear on this particular issue for this performance for BAT for the period ended 31st December 2021, Justin, we do know that we've not really factored in the nicotine pouches business in this particular result. What outlook will you give them? Because this is another potential area that they see as a proper revenue source for them, especially after the government cut this tax for this particular area by 76%.
It's a tough one, and the reason for that is if we just focus on the business end, it's based on the few months that it was trading as Lyft. It's a very popular product.
Yes.
But then, of course, now you have the lobby groups pushing for the same high taxes being applied to tobacco products, to be applied to these tobacco-free nicotine products.
Yes. Now,
it's a matter of managing stakeholders now for BATs, engaging the government, engaging the lobby groups, try and see if there's a way they can reach a middle ground whereby BAT is arguing this is a new product. We've already put in 2.5 billion shillings into a manufacturing plant in Kenya. So the government should be at least encouraging such investments, number one. Number two, as a new product, at least give it some room to grow before you can start charging it those high tax rates. So if they're able to do this, convince the government and be able to reach some sort of middle ground, then definitely you'll see this as a new source of revenue because, as I said, tobacco or cigarette sales are unlikely to increase significantly. So this will definitely boost its bottom line even more. So if they're able to do this, we'll likely see BAT even performing better than it has in 2021 going to the future.
Pretty much. All right, Justin, if you may allow us, let's move on to the next issue that we have for you this morning, where Treasury now wants to change the law to be able to borrow more after the National House rejected their proposals to borrow 846 billion shillings in the next financial year. Now, the Parliament's Budget and Appropriations Committee set a ceiling of 400 billion on the new debt to avoid breaching the 9 trillion shillings loan ceiling. Now, to avoid running into this hurdle, Treasury has now introduced changes to the Public Finance Management Act to move the limit from a fixed nominal figure to 55% of the gross domestic product. Wow. Now, budget papers indicate that even with the Treasury running out of time to meet deadlines, they sought to use the AG's office to have the bill pass promptly, but later they were advised by the same AG's office to have the changes through an independent bill. This did not stop the Treasury, who later said they would present the bill through the legal notices after public participation, advising that the budget policy statement be passed even if it was in breach of the debt ceiling. Now, Treasury wants to spend 3.2 trillion with a budget deficit of 846 billion, which would automatically breach the debt limits since Kenya loans will hit 8.6 trillion in June this year. Wow. All right, let's look at that debt profile in the country just before we jump over to Justin, just to make sense of this. You can actually see that indeed, when we come to Treasury bonds, they're the leading in terms of the local debt profile, then Treasury bills follow, and then overdraft at the CBK. We did actually see this happen when the CBK granted the country a first bailout in 2020 at the height of the coronavirus pandemic, and other domestic debts then would follow in that particular order. Yes, then, it's worrying that this debt ceiling that we introduced, the 9 trillion, hasn't lasted 2 years. Justin, it has not. In fact, it was supposed to last us all the way past 2022. That's what we had envisioned. In fact, the Treasury is the one that championed this law change to the current 9 trillion. There was a lot of talk from Ukuri Yatani as well. We need to have it at 9 trillion, saying it was quite confident that the country would remain within that ceiling all the way up to after 2022. Fine. We created an uproar as Metropol Television as to why a nominal figure will not represent what used to be there before. It was 50% of the GDP, but that went to the National House. Seemingly, it passed without any trouble. Fast forward into the coronavirus pandemic, And then out of the coronavirus pandemic season, again now Treasury, after rebasing GDP, have gone back to the National House. Now they want to revert to what it used to be back then on the basis of GDP, but now they're saying it's gotta be 55% of GDP, meaning since we rebased our GDP the other day in a 2021, they would have more leeway to consume more debt. Justin, from what you've said, is this mischief from Treasury that they can do what they want?
No, I don't think it's mischief. I think it's been necessitated by a country's continued high expenditure levels.
Yes.
It reaches a point. If you look at, even if the country were to maintain its budget for last year, even 2 years ago, it will still have more than the 400 billion deficit
Yes.
that it needed. That is remaining, or that is available before we breach the 9 trillion
Yes.
mark. So mistakes have been made in the past. This is now signs of us trying to we get to the point where we are seeing the effect of the mistakes that we have made.
Yes.
We increased, as you said, the treasury on that from 50% of GDP to 9 trillion. At that point, it seems so far we were at about 5 point something.
Yes.
So it seemed like we will go for a decade or so, and we will be fine. But here we are extensively. We borrowed so much even from externally before even the corona pandemic. Now the coronavirus pandemic came, we had to borrow now even more because we have to support the economy. So it reaches at a point whereby even as you look at the economy and you look at the expenditure level, some of those go into very important arms of the government. We have to borrow for us to keep for us to meet the expenditure levels that we already used to, the already high expenditure levels that we are at. So it's not mischief. I feel like it's very necessitated. Unfortunately, it's a very unfortunate thing because even if the parliament says don't borrow more than 400 billion, that will mean a lot of other functions of the government, or especially development, will be affected into the next financial year, and it will be almost unrealistic. Now, what I like, at least from the Cabinet Secretary of National Treasury, in their explanation to the parliament, was how they were saying they will come up with ways in which they will be reducing that particular debt level to
Yes.
the 55% of GDP.
Yes.
Of course, we have had this before. We have still continued to borrow. The continued commitment and the continued positive sentiments for them to reduce is encouraged, but we're at a point whereby if we don't borrow, then I'm not sure we can be able to repay our debts, because sometimes we borrow and just to repay some of the debts that we have.
Pretty much. But Justin, I want to take you back again. I mean, when we keep on changing, there was a very firm reasoning as to when Treasury was saying, well, we need to introduce just a nominal figure to that. Then they gave us 9 trillion. Very interesting conversation. In fact, Tukuri Yatani said, well, our debt sustainability is way above there. We don't need to worry. We just need to understand that it doesn't make sense for us to say it's 50% of GDP. In fact, he continued giving examples of saying other nations that have got a higher debt profile are not just sticking to GDP. The thinking behind GDP, Justin, is that indeed then you will borrow what you can be able to repay. But then, Justin, this is coming just after we replaced our GDP back in 2021 when we added the 500 billion into it. Is this no Treasury going back and saying, and that's what I'm asking, is there no mischief when they're even going through the AG's office to have it passed for it not to go through the House? Is there no mischief, Justin, when you look at it from that perspective?
No, still, it's not the best approach for a government to switch its guidelines. For example, as you're saying, having the debt level or the debt target as a percentage of GDP is the best approach. That's where you can be able to tell how much you can pay back.
Yes.
Now it pushed it to 9 trillion because at that point it had already breached the 50%. It was at 55%.
Yes.
So it pushed it 9 trillion, allowed it so much room for it to borrow. That way, we wouldn't be saying that we are in breach of anything, which was okay at the time. What I think they should have done was increase the percentage while committing to reduce it over time, which is essentially what they've done now. But I am still hesitant to call it mischief. I feel like they're at a point whereby they have to do this. The parliament has put its foot down, saying, you asked us for the 9 trillion, we gave you the 9 trillion. Now you've come back, you want to change the goalpost. and we are not okay with this, you need to do your work and ensure that we are spending within what we can be able to raise in the economy, which is a very good and fair point. So not mischief, but unfortunately we have very, very poor debt habits as a country. We keep on borrowing and borrowing. Our expenditure keeps on rising, despite the fact that we need it to keep declining instead.
Yes. Justin, as we clear this conversation on debt, and everybody listening to Ukuri-Yatani, in his last submissions, he said that when he looks at our debt profile as a country, it is sustainable. But then he turns around and says the only thing that we should be worried about is our capacity to carry this debt. Justin, how confusing are those two statements? Why can't he just say it is unsustainable so that we sleep with it?
I mean, you can't have you don't expect that statement from the National Treasury. You expect that from the Parliament or from any other arm of the government, not the arm that is actually borrowing the money. So if you're waiting for that, probably won't come.
Yes.
But if you look at the actual figures, then they're very worrying. If we continue borrowing at the exact same level that we've been borrowing over the last 4 years, then definitely this debt will end up being very unsustainable.
Yes.
Right now, the debt we have, we can definitely be able to pay them. Of course, the usual focus is on the usage of these funds. Even as they keep comparing us to Japan and all these other countries that have really high debts to GDP ratios, the usage of the funds is what matters, not even the percentage matters less. So I think as a country, currently we're able to repay the debts that we have, but given the pattern that they have showed and how much they keep on borrowing, then it may reach a point in the very near future whereby our debt will be unsustainable. We will reach a point where there's so much of a cash crunch. We'll have very serious measures as we had the last couple of years, such as freezing of parastatal hires, and this time even worse, high taxation is the most likely thing that will end up being as a result of this unsustainable debt. We'll also have so little development expenditure as well.
Pretty much. Justin, this morning, I'd like to thank you very much for joining us this morning on this conversation. I'd like us to take a break. And once we come back, let's ask that important question. Another confusing question as well, just as debt sustainability and debt carrying capacity is also confusing. There's this other confusing question. Digital currency is being piloted by the Central Bank of Kenya. But then the Central Bank of Kenya says our conversation on a digital currency is well known, that we have nowhere to place it. So you wonder, what is the Central Bank of Kenya against? Is it Bitcoin specifically or just digital currency? But why would they be against it when they are piloting the CBDC? That's the Central Bank of Kenya digital currency. Once we come back here on a Business AM.
Managing your finances starts with questions. Where do I put my money? What opportunities are available for my money? What ratios should go into savings, spending, and leisure, if you may? Now, trying to answer all these questions can sometimes mean you have to understand concepts like savings, loans, forex, stock markets, and sometimes politics. And honestly, sometimes it can get a bit overwhelming. On Eye on the Money, we take you through intelligent investment and finance management decisions so that you keep track of every coin that comes out of your pocket.
There's so many reasons to love sports, but one thing stands out. Numbers.
Straight from the big leagues. Which is the biggest team in the English Premier League? It is the numbers that make them stand out. Even when the muscles define the game, the numbers add value to the stats. Every swing comes with a number.
On Sports Center, we go behind the game. On Sports Center, we go behind the game for the numbers. Metropol Sports Center at this time only on Metropol TV.
Africa amazes me. Its technology and innovations, the people, their businesses, as a culture deeply rooted at the core of its hunger for growth. This is what I'm passionate about. Every Tuesday, it's technology on Business Center, and Thursdays, I hang out where the hustle happens. My name is Tabitha Muthoni, and this is Metropol TV, the home of world creators.
At Metropol TV KE across all your social media platforms. My name is Simba Elijah Charles Kiage. I am at Kiage Simba. Let's move on to that last issue that we have for you this morning, where a billboard in Nairobi by Yellow Card, a company promising to provide the easiest way to buy and sell Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Tether, instantly excited Kenyans last week, sparking conversations online on where the country stood in the cryptocurrencies space. This is especially after the governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, CBK, Patrick Njoroge, doctor, indicated earlier in the year that the country's stance on cryptocurrencies remained unchanged. Now, the billboard coincided with the Central Bank of Kenya announcement or plans to launch a digital currency, with reports in the banking industry also indicating that Kenyan banks were issuing alerts that urged clients to desist from the practice of trading of cryptocurrencies. This, even as reports indicate that Kenya is now ranked the #1 African country with the highest percentage of its population that holds cryptocurrency. Despite these reports and the data suggesting that Kenya had Africa's second largest peer-to-peer Bitcoin traded volumes in 2021, Njoroge appeared to suggest that his institution will not rush to make any new announcements concerning its stance on cryptos and other products. Now that is where we start from this morning. But just before we look at that, let's cross over and see exactly how Bitcoin has been performing in 2022. Indeed, we're still talking about the 40K level. We've started now, came back to around 37. But again, all the way to 16th Feb, we did actually close at the 40K level. Now, crossing over to exactly how the dollar has been performing against other bigger currencies in the country as well. You can see exactly where we are. We're talking about the monthly average, and that's what we're talking about this morning, because indeed, we're talking about its performance against Bitcoin, then it's really way up there. Now, let me open this conversation with you, Alice. I mean, when you saw that billboard and the conversations that were accruing from majority of Kenyans now really getting to know what Bitcoin is and the fact that they could actually start trading Bitcoin easily. And then over this as a side, you have the Central Bank of Kenya saying, our stance on cryptos is well known. We're not into that. We're not going to speak about it right now. How do you react to that as well, Alice?
Well, I'll pose the same question you actually posed earlier. Yeah, it's actually contradicting information, right?
Yes.
Because if you do send a paper out in a request to actually get responses on a possibility of Kenya shilling central digital currency, you know,
Yes.
I mean, we are already talking about digital assets and we're already talking about blockchain, right?
Yes.
This CBDCs, actually the way they work is that they are pegged to the national currency, yeah, that the central bank actually controls. this technology still stems from blockchain technology, which is the basis of the technology that Bitcoin actually is linked to, right?
Yes.
So instead of actually taking a really back step and saying that there's no clear regulation on Bitcoin, saying that you do not support it, I think it's very important to consider how to work on a proper regulatory framework for this system, which is actually what most of the countries that are working on central bank digital currencies are actually doing. Yeah?
Yes.
So I think it would be more, it would be a much better solution to work on a system that can ensure that both digital assets and also CBDCs can operate in a way that, synchronizes the entire system, as opposed to trying to strive for one side and, focusing on the other side when it comes to the CBDC.
Yes.
So yeah, it's important to look at it from both directions.
That is the question. Alice, just before I let you go on that as well, I mean, if we look at this time when the Central Bank of Kenya had actually just spoken about, in fact, they spoke it at the start of this year. They said, well, our conversation on cryptos is well known. We're not going to go talk about that. Should we have anything to tell you, then indeed we're going to come and tell you that. Then just a couple of months later, it was almost a month, the news come up and saying, well, the Central Bank of Kenya is now piloting Central Bank of Kenya digital currency. Are we sensing that that is the direction that the Central Bank of Kenya wants to take, especially when we're talking about digital currencies? Is that where they're heading, as opposed to supporting crypto?
Well, it looks as though, that's the direction they're taking. And we actually saw a similar direction that Nigeria took also, yeah? Because Nigeria also released their CBDC a few months ago, yeah, sometime last year. It's the same direction they took, and they were apparently piloting the CBDC at that particular time and then ended up releasing it, yeah? But I think also it's actually important for the government to emulate what other states are actually doing in as far as other digital assets and other cryptocurrencies are concerned, yeah?
Yes.
Because if you look at how the system is operating currently, and what you have said is actually very true. Kenya is actually leading in as far as the trading, peer-to-peer volume trading and all that that is happening, yeah. And there's a very good reason as to why that is happening. There's a very good reason as to why the space is actually thriving right now, yeah. We have access to mobile money payments before, right?
Yes.
We have done mobile peer-to-peer payments via the M-Pesa system, so it's very easy for people to actually adjust to a peer-to-peer blockchain system. That's why we actually ended up leading, globally in as far as peer-to-peer trade volumes are concerned.
Yes.
The systems are actually correlated. So it's important for the government to actually look at this data, right? See how this data is actually helping, yeah, the people and of course the community and the traders, right? And try and find a way of balancing both. Because at the end of it all, yeah, it's still a space that is thriving and it's helping people grow, yeah, which is also helping the economy grow and one another. Yes.
Pretty much. I'll be coming back to you on that as well, because there's so many talking points around this earlier. David, let me also introduce you into this conversation this morning. I mean, David, when the Central Bank of Kenya is saying, wow, our conversation on crypto is well known, our stance on that is well known, we're not going to get into that now, and then they launch a digital currency that they're piloting in the economy, and compare that with the stats that we're reading for you this morning, that when it comes to peer-to-peer, Kenya is second in Africa when it comes to peer-to-peer trading. Should the Central Bank of Kenya follow where Kenyans are going? Because indeed, it looks as if Kenyans have decided we need to go crypto. So should they go to that conversation and introduce regulation, or concentrate on their digital currency, and that's that?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. And personally, I think sooner or later we are going to see regulation.
Yes.
It is going to happen because when you look at the number of Kenyans who are holding and trading cryptocurrencies, this number is only going to increase. and it keeps on increasing. Actually, on a per GDP level, Kenya actually leads globally when it comes to P2P crypto trading.
Yes.
So this is massive. And again, this is being fueled by what Alice just said, mobile money. I can also add remittances, which account for about 3% of the country's GDP also. And also, a depreciating Kenyan shilling as well is contributing to this growth. So there are quite a number of factors that seem to contribute to this growth, and these factors will only continue to provide fuel for crypto trading in Kenya.
Pretty much. Now, just before I cross over to Alice this morning, let me throw in a Justin to weigh in on this conversation as well. I mean, Justin, this morning, if you hear where we're coming from in terms of Kenyans being the leading globally, even when it comes to peer-to-peer trading, we're holding positions. 4.5 million Kenyans already have accounts in blockchain. Is the Central Bank of Kenya losing by not taking blockchain technology seriously in the country and introducing regulation, or it's the Kenyans who already own it losing, Justin?
First, I'd just like to say that us leading globally is just typical of Kenya, because when it comes to innovation and especially on internet platforms, we've always been very quick to adapt. So that's a very good thing, and it's something that has helped propel our economy. Now, in terms of the CBK, Central Bank of Kenya, and whether it's late to the party or not, I think not. It's very understandable for the regulator of the banking system to be very cautious, especially when it comes to currencies. Digital currencies are very, they are relatively new sort of idea introduced to the market.
Yes.
Of course, when I say new, it has been there for a couple of decades, or about a decade, granted, but at the same time, it's very new. Not many people understand it. Even people who are tech savvy, not all of them understand what are the merits. A lot of people who are trading, at least based on my experience, are trading it so that they can gain some sort of returns, and not particularly in terms of cash payments. So CBK usually focuses on banking system, whereby banks provide cost of credit so that they can be able to develop the economy. They also provide a means of making payments. So as a CBK, when it looks at into those two things, it looks at how Bitcoins, digital currencies can be able to plug into this. It's very understandable for it to take a very cautious stance. In fact, my view on this is that finally we are seeing the CBK opening up to the idea, warming up to it. And by say warming up, we're not saying it's definitely going to introduce its own digital currencies. It at least has done the pilot. The paper it has released, a discussion paper. We are likely to see it release more discussion papers, because that's what it committed to. And with time, given the compelling factors such as many Kenyans taking up this type of digital currencies, then we may see the CBK getting involved fully. What I think overall is that may not happen as in the very immediate coming months, because even if you look at, for example, digital lending platforms, they have been there for a while, including there have been both positive and negative experiences. Despite a lot of complaints, CBK has been hesitant to join fully.
Yes.
I don't know if it's they don't want to overregulate, but only recently did they commit even in terms of regulation. So we may see the same digital lending, may provide some sort of platform, maybe echoing what the World Bank, World Economic Forum has released, what Nigeria, China, all these other countries have released.
Yes.
But in terms of full-on regulation, it may take up some time, and even introduction of digital currency, that may take even more time, especially if you look at some of the things that they mentioned, such as financial exclusion.
Yes.
You can't be a regulator and you introduce something that may exclude a huge portion of the country. So it's good they're finally warming up to the idea, but it may take some time. So it's a wait and see approach at this point.
Pretty much. Alice, that's why I threw you in. And I want you to react to that particular submission by Justin. Justin is saying, well, it's a bit too early. Alice, do you think it's a bit too early when indeed international companies are realizing that indeed majority of Kenyans are in it, and the numbers are showing that this is a country that's already in it, going by the 4.5 million Kenyans already on board? Do you think it's a bit too early, Alice? And how should you be 10 years, you like to think is a long time for the Central Bank of Kenya to adopt some sort of a regulation, if indeed they wanted to get into it. Could we be talking about the Central Bank of Kenya improving that regulation or fully adopting it now?
Okay, I would like to see it from this perspective. Yeah, what
Yes.
Justin said is actually very true. It's a very new technology. Yeah?
Yes.
And for the adoption to occur and sort of occur in a seamless way, a lot of collaboration needs to happen. Yeah. A lot of collaboration needs to happen between central banks, commercial banks, and of course, even if central bank currencies are coming in to solve remittance issues, there needs to be collaboration even between different jurisdictions in different countries, right?
Yes.
This is something that is definitely going to take a lot of time, right? It might be easier actually for other jurisdictions, for instance, the United States, Europe, UK, to actually be able to seamlessly add their CBDC into the economy because of the they have a currency that they transact with, and there's like the US dollar, right, is a currency that is transacted across multiple jurisdictions, right? So
Yes.
it's gonna be easy on that side to actually be able to pilot and roll out the CBDC. However, on our side, it's actually even more difficult, right? Because we have different currencies within different jurisdictions. There's a lot of forex exchange issues that need to be dealt with. Yeah, we need to have a proper plan. Like, are we going to have a central bank digital currency across multiple jurisdictions, or is it just going to be within the particular jurisdiction to actually be able to solve challenges from more of a user base perspective? Yeah.
Yes.
So there's a lot that needs to be looked at, and there's a lot of collaboration that needs to happen for this to actually be a successful project. So what Justin says is actually very true. It will take time, right? Because of
Yes.
those challenges that we are talking about. However, I feel that the fact that we are actually leading global, right, in as far as peer-to-peer trading is concerned, should actually be something that should put CBK on be able to try and find ways to form a regulatory framework for starters for the asset space, yeah, as they
Yes.
also work together with the CBDC. Actually, regulating the digital asset for starters would end up forming up a much more path of least resistance as opposed to deploying the CBDC. Looking at it from a technological perspective and also the complications that are actually there when it comes to CBDC rollouts. Yeah, so it could be better for them to look at it that way,
Yes.
right? Because it's already forming a place where the economy can actually thrive, right? If they close attention to this space, actually, we let we are leading peer-to-peer trading volumes and something to really
Pretty much.
they can actually be on that.
Yes. Just to close this conversation, David, I also want to bring you into that conversation. I mean, now what is the likely impact then? I mean, with the entry of companies that have realized that majority of Kenyans are trading in Bitcoin and crypto into the country, meaning that what is the likely impact when you have these two conflicting scenarios where the Central Bank of Kenya is saying, hold on, we're not telling you to get into that. We are not considering that space yet. And companies that are coming to the country telling Kenyans, you need to get into this space. What is going to be the likely impact of that, Deb? What do you envision going to happen in the near future?
All right. So for me, what I see or how I look at this is it's actually related to what the CBK said in
Yes.
regards to the CBDC. They were very clear, and they said that they don't see a CBDC coming to offer retail payments.
Yes.
Mobile money has already solved that problem, so they don't see a CBDC really solving a problem that hasn't been solved by mobile money. So that means digital currencies, Bitcoin and others, still have a space, and again, also, even when you look at cross-border payments, it's still a big issue. The issue of cost, the issue of speed, and the issue of access as well. And these are some of the problems that cryptocurrencies solve. And I don't see current systems solving some of these problems anytime soon. And really, that's the gap that cryptocurrencies are solving. And recently, there was a study with some of these fintechs here in Kenya, where some pilot work has been done to show that cryptocurrencies and stablecoins really can help in terms of increasing financial inclusion. I think the report is coming out this week by Mercy Corps, showing that stablecoins and cryptocurrencies really can help enhance financial inclusion. So I don't see this reducing anytime soon. The global acceptance of cryptocurrencies is only increasing. And I don't see that changing again, even here in Kenya. I mean, companies like Yellow Card are just one of many companies that I know are trying to enter this market because they see a gap, they see a huge need for crypto. So expect a lot of these companies to actually, try to enter this market, and maybe regulation would help. But even without regulation, I still see a lot of companies entering this market.
Pretty much. At this point, I'd like to say thank you very much to you, Justin, Alice, and David, for taking your time this morning to speak to us here at Metropol Television. Always do appreciate. Take them online. Hashtag business. Already a lot of activity on that particular hashtag. And talk to us at Metropol TV Kenya across all your social media platforms as well. Good morning. My name is Elijah Charles here.
In journalism training, only 5 viewpoints matter for a proper story. My experience as a business journalist has, however, taught me that there is more. So now I understand that before I walk into that interview, I have to look for the hidden. So for me, what sticks is the story behind the story. What would you say is that unique, very unique selling aspect that you can guarantee I will not find anywhere else?
Good question.
My name is Ingrid Nantege, and this is Metropol Television.
There is different sports, so why not different languages?
Katika kutathmini hali na matukio viwanjani, kikosi tumekisuka kikasukika, kwani mwanzo wa chanzo ni chani mbili.
Do they need to win because they're your team or because
No, we want for them the league.
I'm an Arsenal fan by the nose.
Why am I here? Why am I here, man?
Hapa taa zimewaka.
Kweli mataa yananiruhusu kuripoti yanayotendeka katika mtaa yote.
Maneno. Ni betting na kukibizi sana.
Mimi ni Mwasenali, lazima
kaa anje, kwani bango likitolewa mjini habari huwa wameipata.
Africa amazes me. Its technology and innovations, the people, their businesses, as a culture deeply rooted at the core of its hunger for growth. This is what I'm passionate about. Every Tuesday, it's technology on Business Center, and Thursdays, I hang out where the hustle happens. My name is Tabitha Muthoni, and this is Metropol TV, the home of world creators.
Basically, I fund it from my pocket.
Hapo pesa inaanza kuingia, tunaanza kuharvest.
Budget ya ukulima hii ya macadamia inakuwa ni sio mingi, ni kidogo sana.
Kaona hapo niko na shilingi 4 za faida.
You utilize the economies of scale. You know, the higher your scale of production is, the more the profit margin.
Aquaponics is if you grow plants and fish in one system.
When we came here, we realized there was potential.
We are back with bigger stories and more lessons. Yes, we are turning and learning off the pages of the Farm Journal. Every Tuesday only on Metropol TV, home of wealth creators.
Coming up on TPI.
At 5 years old, my mother handed me a can of beer and a cigarette. I can remember us being so hungry that we had to eat out of the trash can at Church's Chicken.
Hello and welcome to TPI. I'm your host, Muiwa, and as always, we're so glad you've joined us. We have a promise for you that the next half hour is going to be life-changing, so make sure you don't miss a moment. First up, have you ever faced a bully? Well, the little girl in our next story was bullied so badly, she was terrified to go to school. Take a look.
April grew up on the edge of a forest in Indonesia. Over time, the 11-year-old grew more lonely and isolated because she had become the victim of bullies.
Some boys said that I was ugly and fat. That really hurt me.
Then one day, a classmate invited April to go to church. That morning, they watched an episode of CBN's Superbook about the life of Job.
I learned that Job was sad and was rejected by friends. But he kept praying to God. That reminded me of me.
After the episode, April's teacher shared the gospel with the children and invited them to pray.
That day I said, Jesus, I want you to come into my heart. And I asked God to help me forgive the boys who bullied me.
Soon after that, the teacher noticed that April had become more confident and outgoing.
One day she said, I don't hate the boys who bullied me anymore. And because she's more confident, she no longer gets bullied.
In fact, many of the boys who once picked on April now attend class and watch Superbook with her.
Thank you for bringing Superbook to us.
Thanks to CBN's animated series Superbook, children from all over the world are being helped. Be sure to download the Superbook app to watch free episodes and play fun games that will help your kids experience the Bible in a new way. Up next, Simisola Okai talks to a doctor who performed abortions as part of his daily work. Watch the simple thing that caused him to change his mind.
Dr. Haywood Robinson is a retired physician. During medical training, he met his wife, Noreen, also a doctor. After residency, they moonlighted in abortion clinics together. When they realized they were taking the lives of preborn children, they stopped performing abortions. Today, Dr. Haywood and Noreen are spokespersons for the pro-life movement and educate others on the horrors of the abortion industry.
You know, I'm excited to talk to you because it's such an interesting perspective. As a doctor who formerly performed abortions, you know, when I thought about it, when I had my first child, and I had to have an early ultrasound about 7 weeks, and I remember seeing the heartbeat, you know, and from that point I was like, you know, that's my baby. I didn't know if it was a boy or a girl. So I know for me personally, it's hard to imagine what it was like. But for you, how were you able to kind of compartmentalize it? Like where, you know, when you were performing the abortions, like in your mind, was this a child or was it just, you know, a tissue?
There's not a rational reason to do an abortion. There's no rational reason to kill a preborn innocent child. This is a basic procedure where the enemy gets in your mind and convinces you that what you're doing is something that's legal and for the purpose of helping a patient. But from my point of view, to be able to do an abortion, to be able to walk into a procedure room and do a procedure on a woman that kills their child, a process has happened in me that causes me to dehumanize the child, to make it a non-entity. Because what I'm really doing is doing this procedure for the money, not for the benefit of this patient, because pregnancy is not a disease. If you subtracted the money variable out of this whole abortion holocaust, we wouldn't even be sitting here talking about it. It's really all about the money.
Was it at that point, or was it a progression that you realized, wait, I don't think I want to, I don't want to make a profit from taking little babies out of their mothers? Like, was that the point you realized that was wrong?
Well, I had stopped performing abortions a number of years before I got saved. But after I got saved, very soon thereafter, the Lord took that particular sin and highlighted it and said, you know, that abortion thing you used to do, let me let you see it from my point of view, to see it for what it is, that you're taking that innocent baby that I'm knitting and making in that mother's womb, and you're killing it. Now, I knew from a simple scientific point of view that the sperm combines with the egg, you have one cell, and 40 weeks later, you have a human being. Is that an absolute miracle or what? The greater miracle is that one day that I can go from darkness into light and be transformed in the image of Christ and have all my sin forgiven, not just the sin of abortion, because I was a sinner long before I went to medical school in college, but to be able to now be in the biggest battle in the history of humankind, and that's the war against babies. What we've seen every year for the last several decades is about 60 million innocent preborn babies killed on the planet Earth by country after country after country. This is not just the United States. It's not just Canada. It's a global holocaust and war against babies.
And it's amazing that God would, before you were taking babies, but now he's using you to save them. And someone watching, who's like, maybe they're on the fence, they don't know. It's okay to change your mind. Mm-hmm. It's okay to be renewed and, see things from a different perspective. And I just really want you to pray for someone watching. Maybe it's a mother who's considering having an abortion, or maybe it's a doctor like yourself who is performing those abortions and feels like maybe there's a different way. Mm-hmm. So if you don't mind just looking at the camera.
Do that. And maybe you're a father out there who has your child in the womb of your girlfriend or your wife, and you're coercing and trying to force this person, your mate, to have an abortion. We want you to open your heart. Fathers need to be fathers and raise their children. So pray with me, if you will. Lord, we just thank you for, first off, this medium we call television that can come right now into your living space. Lord, I ask you to touch the hearts of the fathers first, Lord. We've been brought here to raise children and to comfort our wives, to comfort our mates. Lord, we ask that you heal the fatherlessness, that you hold back the power of the enemy that works in the minds of people that make us think that we can take the lives of these beautiful children, these blessings of God that you want to share with us. So, Lord, we know you're touching people right now, and you're going to change their hearts, and they're going to be able to smile and rejoice when their child is born. And we thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Just like Dr. Robertson prayed, you will smile and rejoice when your child is born. We know there are times where your circumstances may be difficult, but always remember, children are a gift from God. Trust him to help you see them as he does. After the break, a woman falls prey to the slippery slope of addiction.
I was unlikable. I mean, after all, look at this worthless person I was that was being molested, and mother abandoned me, and I had no real friends.
Managing your finances starts with questions. Where do I put my money? What opportunities are available for my money? What ratios should go into savings, spending, and leisure, if you may? Now, trying to answer all these questions can sometimes mean you have to understand concepts like savings, loans, forex, stock markets, and sometimes politics, and honestly, sometimes it can get a bit overwhelming. On Eye on the Money, we take you through intelligent investment and finance management decisions so that you keep track of every coin that comes out of your pocket.
Welcome back. Even as a child, drugs, sex, and alcohol were normal parts of Wisdom's day. After her mother abandoned their home, she was molested repeatedly by her stepfather, leaving her feeling completely worthless. Take a look.
This is my old neighborhood. A lot of memories, a lot of pain. I can remember us being so hungry that we had to eat out of the trash can at Church's Chicken.
Too often, there was no food in Wisdom Williams' home, but there was always drugs and alcohol. Her mother was only 12 when she had her first child. A heroin user, she passed on her pain and addiction to her children.
At 5 years old, my mother handed me a can of beer and a cigarette. I didn't really realize that there was more to life, that there was people who lived and had happiness in their homes.
When Wisdom was 8, her mother took off and left her in the care of a stepfather. Her nightmare only got worse.
This is my old house. One of the apartments upstairs is where my stepdad was molesting me.
The abuse went on for 3 years until her mom came home and kicked the stepfather out. But the reunion was short-lived. She left again, leaving Wisdom and her brothers with their abusive grandmother. Even at school, Wisdom felt she had no one who cared about her.
I was unlikable. I mean, after all, look at this worthless person I was that was being molested and I had no real friends. So, yeah, why would they like me?
However, there was one thing giving her hope.
I had this feeling that I can't even explain and I could never shake it, about a love that was beautiful and it was lasting and it was unconditional. And I just felt like it was there, it was out there somewhere.
Until she could find it, she looked to drugs, alcohol, and relationships for happiness. At 14, she had her first child and dropped out of school.
I knew that she was the most important thing in my life. And I'm thinking, somebody help me figure out how this is supposed to be done the right way.
That someone was her daughter's grandmother, who helped Wisdom get an apartment and go to vocational school. But the year Wisdom graduated, she lost her mother, best friend, and boyfriend. She then found relief in cocaine.
I remember the first time thinking, gosh, this doesn't hurt like it did before. I don't cry every second of the day now.
Wisdom would spend the next 15 years as a functioning addict. In that time, she had 5 more children with different fathers and was working multiple jobs to provide for her kids.
My children were the most important thing to me. I didn't do it all right, but I loved my children and I wanted us to be together as a family.
Then, her boyfriend molested her 8-year-old daughter.
My whole world fell apart at that point. I couldn't do anything. I knew the devastation. I knew the pain. I knew the shame. I knew what it would do to my daughter. I knew there was no quick fix for this. And I didn't think it was something that you could ever be healed from. I failed her. Failed them all.
As drug binges became her norm, she often left her children alone at home. Acting on tips from neighbors, police arrested Wisdom on child endangerment charges, and her kids were put in foster care.
How could you lose those kids? How could you lose those kids? And I didn't feel like I could make it without them, like I could live without them. They were the only thing I had in this world.
After a night in jail, she was released. The next day, she received a visit from Janelle, a Christian from a nearby church.
She said, Jesus Christ died on a cross so that you could be saved, so that you could be free from this addiction. She said, he loves you so much. And I said, my own mother didn't love me. My own father didn't love me. And he loved me like that? She said, yes. I said, what do I need to do? And she said, just ask him to come into your heart. Ask him to forgive you of your sins. So I did exactly what she said. I thought, wow, any moment now, it's going to be a poof pow type thing, and I'm just going to be completely fixed.
But it wouldn't happen that way for Wisdom. 4 months later, she was still addicted to crack cocaine and missed her court date. Janelle confronted her.
You have to fight. And I tell you, I could hear the Spirit of the Lord speak just as clear. He said, you're going to have to choose me today. You're going to have to choose me today.
And she did. Wisdom turned herself in, knowing Jesus was working in her heart.
I packed my Bible and I got pictures of my children. And then I called them all. And I said, I'm going away. I don't know how long I will be gone. But this is what I know. When I come back, I will never be the same again.
While in jail for 6 months, Wisdom grew in her faith and even started a Bible study.
I wanted to tell them what Jesus did for them. I wanted them to know and understand that there was hope and that they could do all things through Christ who strengthened them. I wanted them to develop a relationship with him just as I had done.
After her release, Wisdom went back to work and regained custody of her children. Now the host of TV show Wisdom Speaks, she shares about the love and hope she found 20 years ago in Jesus Christ.
There were things that happened during my journey of getting well. And I said, well, why am I here? Why am I going through that? He said, well, you've been wondering what it is you can do to make me leave you. You're in my hand now. And nothing, absolutely nothing can pluck you out of my hand. He loved me like nobody else. And he never let me go.
Like Wisdom said, nothing can pluck you out of the hands of God. Nothing you've done or will ever do will change his love for you. Romans 8 verse 38 says, for I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus, our Lord. If you've been wondering what you could do to make God leave you, I'm here to tell you there is nothing you can ever do to make him walk away from you. Jesus Christ died on the cross so that you could be saved and so that you could be free from whatever has bound you. And it all begins with a simple prayer. So why don't you pray these words with me? Lord Jesus, I recognize my need for you. I acknowledge that without you, my life is empty and hollow. I need a change and I need someone to show me a new way. Come into my life and make me a new person. Change my life totally. Take away the burden I feel and the pain that's riddled my life. I accept that you died for me on the cross. I accept that you can make me a new man. Thank you for accepting me. I pray in your name today. Father, I pray for my brothers and sisters who have opened up their hearts to you. I pray that you would give them irrefutable evidence that they are new. I pray something that will be said to them, something that they themselves will know and feel will be beyond the natural, for them to know that you, God, are with them and they are accepted and they are loved and they are fathered by you. We pray in your name, Jesus. Amen. After the break, a woman who has witnessed the blind see, the lame walk, and the deaf hear during times of ministry. She joins us right here. Don't go away.
There's so many reasons to love sports, but one thing stands out: numbers.
Straight from the big leagues. Which is the biggest team in the English Premier League? It is the numbers that make them stand out. Even when the muscles define the game, the numbers add value to the stats. Every swing comes with a number. On Sports Center, we go behind the game. On Sports Center, we go behind the game for the numbers. Metropol Sports Center, at this time, only on Metropol TV.
Welcome back. She's traveled to more than 30 countries, ministering the gospel of Jesus Christ to the nations. Dr. Edith Prakash has a special desire to see people experience the full healing power of Jesus and has released a book about mass ministry healing called Yesterday, Today, and Forever, The Extraordinary Life and Ministry of Tommy Lee Osborne. Welcome, Dr. Edith.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. T.L. Osborne is a name that's known around the world by many. But before we get to the book and your thesis on him, what was the start of the journey into this desire to preach the gospel that you have?
I'm originally from India. Both my parents are into mass evangelism. So I grew up on doing mass evangelism on stage with them. So tens and thousands of people all my life, every week. And so when I graduated from school, the Lord called me into full-time ministry. So came here to America, did my undergrad at Christ for the Nations, and then came to Regent University. And here we did our master's in theology and went on into doing my doctoral degree on global evangelism and practical theology.
Now, let's talk about the book because there's so much to talk about. T.L. Osborne, Yesterday, Today, and Forever. Look at the extraordinary life of T.L. Osborne. For those who are not familiar, you look at his life and his work in India. What makes it so special, considering, I mean, history shows us that Apostle Thomas came to India, made such an impact. What makes T.L. Osborne stand out from all the other evangelists that have been to India over the years?
T.L. Osborne was introduced to me by my mentor, Gordon Robertson. And so I wanted to do a thesis on a person that I can use in the future. Since my goal was global evangelism, travel around the world, preaching the gospel, having crusades, as we are doing right now, I wanted to study a life of somebody that was gone before me. They usually say, when you don't know the terrain, connect with somebody that knows the terrain.
Right.
So bringing together the academics and the practicality and the spirituality of the program, this was such a wonderful experience for me. So when I met T.L. Osborne, he gave his entire life to me on an interview. And going back, he and his wife had a vision to come to India when they were 17 and 18. So they came back to India and, they are doing their ministry there for 1 year. And he brought the Muslim and Christian and Hindu and began to do Bible study. And he said, the Bible says. And the Hindu said, the Bhagavad Gita says. And the Muslim said, the Quran says. And he said, when he came to India, he said, they don't even believe the Bible is the word of God. How am I going to preach to them about this God? And so this question challenged him, and he felt he was a failure, and he came back. And he said, I will not going to give up on India. And so that 2 weeks later, there was a lady called Haiti Hammond. She had a tent crusade. And in that crusade, TL heard a message that said, she preached that said, if you see Jesus, you will never be the same.
Right.
The words pierced his heart. And he came back and said, Lord, I want to see you. If this is real, I want to know the answer for global evangelism.
And then he has an experience with Jesus.
Yes. The next day, 7 o'clock, Jesus walked into his room.
Wow.
And for 3 hours, a face-to-face encounter with Jesus.
And what impact did that make to him and consequently to India?
Well, at that meeting, all he could know was the love of Jesus flooded his heart. And a couple of weeks later, he attended a meeting of William Branham. And he, as you all know, Branham was moved in the gifts. And he saw miracles happening in William Branham's meeting. And he said, Lord, I want that. See, anointing of God is not taught, it's caught. You see somebody and you see them moving in the gifts and something that to you, and you say, I want that. And he said, Lord, I want that. And 1,000 voices in his head said, you can do that.
Oh.
And so that gave him more strength and faith. And when he came out of that room after that encounter with Jesus, his wife said, I have a new husband.
Uh-oh.
And he knew that he had found the secret for global evangelism.
Now, Doctor, I know we're talking about T.L. Osborne and the great works God has done through him, but you yourself have real experiences of mass crusades and healings. Tell us a bit about your experiences, the crusades, where do they happen? What are some of the things that you've seen God do?
In 2013, I graduated with my theological degree from Renewal Theology at Regent University. The Lord asked me, I asked God, what do you want me to do? He said, what do you want to do? I said, Lord, I want to preach the gospel in the darkest places of the world and tell the people that Jesus is real. And Jesus said, take your Bible and go. So we go as a family. I have children, 3 children. Elijah is 18, and Shannon is 17, and Hadassah is 9 years old. From the time they were 6-month-old babies, pregnant, I used to go around Africa. We have crusades in Kenya. We have crusades in Uganda, crusade in Tanzania, and India. The last crusade we had, usually it's summer, we go to 7 to 8 countries every year with the children.
Wow.
And during Christmas, we go and give Bibles to the blind, clothes and food.
And what are some of the things you've seen happen in those crusades?
Miracles. We've seen miracles like there was a lady in India, born deaf and dumb. And there was a word of knowledge. And she came in the name of Jesus. The name of Jesus is so powerful. You don't have to dress up the gospel. Demons will leave. And one time in Uganda, while we were having a crusade, the pastor started bringing the people that are manifesting demons and just lining up them on the stage. And here I was given an altar call, and there was these demons just manifesting. I said, Lord, what do you want me to do? Take care of the demons or preach the gospel or give the altar call? The Lord said, Psalm chapter 23. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. He said, the anointing that's overflowing will take care of the demons. You give the altar call. We started the meeting, the anointing, and they'll come near, they'll say, fire, fire, fire. The demons will leave, and we would baptize. After every crusade, this summer we baptized 180 new converts in Uganda. Wow. So we don't leave them there. We baptize them, we plug them in churches, and then God took us to Burma, one of the darkest places. We had crusade. Again, miracle. There was one lady, she had white patches in her body and demon possessed, and she was manifesting, and we prayed and those demons left. The next day she came and she said, Dr. Edith, do you remember me? I said, no. Did you not remember me? You prayed for me yesterday. When the demon left her, they took the disease along with her. The next day she had baby fresh skin. I've seen people healed of years, deaf people hearing, lame people walking, paralyzed people walking. Yes. And it's the name of Jesus.
Doctor, thank you so much for joining us on TPI.
You're welcome.
Well, we come to the end of the program. If you prayed with us at any point during the broadcast, be sure to send a DM to our Instagram page, TPI Zone. I leave you with one final thought, and it's a simple one. Prayer changes things. Just let that sink in. From all of us here at TPI, goodbye, and God bless you.
My My name is Shiko Kimani. I am the proprietor for Paprigano Restaurant and Pub in Nakuru Milimani. I started this restaurant in 2008. Paprigano, the name, is actually a combination of paprika and oregano. Paprigano. So those are the herbs we use when we are doing our barbecues. Smeka is, I would call it a system that allows you as an entrepreneur to load all your transactions. It helps you monitor your cash flows. You are actually able to pull out a profit and loss statement from the system. You can also pull out your LPOs from the system. The better part of it is the banks are able to access your daily routine, your inflows, your outflows, like that. And so when the banks do that, then they actually don't need so much documentation when you want a facility. You can actually just get a facility in 24 hours. Yes, so the bank can be able to see what you buy, what you don't buy. Okay, your stock is low. They can even call you and ask you, okay, we've seen your stock is low. Can we, come in and assist you? And you can also request for loans online. So I think it's a really good product. And once the entrepreneurs know about it, it would be very good, because even if you go to the bank for a facility, they always ask you for the documents. A lot of entrepreneurs don't have the documentation that I sold this today, I sold this in a month, what's your turnover, So yeah, it has been really helpful. I would recommend Smeka to any entrepreneur because it actually organizes you. You're able to have your documents in place, your net worth, you're able to plan, you're able to budget, and that is what entrepreneurs need to become successful.
To register your business on Smeka platform, call 0715 830 690. Smeka, your highway to business financing and automation.
Now, today we are looking at some of the facts that are in the dairy industry that you may or may not know. Number one is cows must give birth to produce milk. Did you know that? Yes. That's right. It may seem obvious, but many people have no idea that to produce milk, cows must be pregnant or have just given birth. Like all mammals, cows lactate to nourish their young ones. Know that calves are stolen from their mothers. Just hours after they are born, calves are withdrawn from their mothers. Understandably, this forced separation is traumatic, and the mothers bellow for hours or days, now pacing and searching for their stolen calves. This heartbreak happens at every dairy farm. Now, the male calves are often killed for veal. Since male calves don't produce milk, they are useless to the dairy industry and often sold for veal production. Veal is a direct byproduct of the dairy industry.
Would you love to finish that novel you're reading when there's a blackout? Or do you simply enjoy reading at night and don't want to turn on the light? Well, Boiwo has got you covered. Let's take it away. Light is essential for any reading experience, and that's why book lights are fundamental in helping you read at night or in the dark without a hassle. Introducing the Boiwo Booklight, a completely reimagined booklight for a better reading experience. It is powered by tiny LEDs that give you even warm lighting that maintains contrast while scattering light to minimize glare. It also allows you to control lighting precisely with a touch for uninterrupted reading. Boiwo Booklight has a refreshing look designed with style and comes in different popping colors to match your personality. The band is made of genuine leather and is laminated for durability. Aluminium magnet buckles are also included to give the light a polished experience and ensure it doesn't fall off. You can grab one of these unique booklights or an alternative on Amazon for just 2,000 Kenyan shillings. For more tech features, follow us on our social media handles
at Metropol TV KE.
This week on World Stories, Omicron wave surges in Israeli hospitals. Living with the volcano on La Palma. We begin in Sudan, where demonstrators from Khartoum in particular are protesting against the military regime that seized power in the autumn of 2021 after a coup. They are risking their lives.
A call for action for demonstrators in Sudan's capital Khartoum, including Sharifa Abdullah. Since the military coup in October, people have taken to the streets every week, calling for democracy.
I want the civilian government to return to power. The military turned back the clock because they don't want a civilian and democratic government. They raped women. They killed revolutionaries. With our protests, we will make sure the democratic system comes back.
For Sharifa Abdullah, the fight against the military regime is personal. On the banner, a picture of her son. He was a doctor shot dead while trying to help other protesters. Recently, Sudan has been moving towards becoming a democracy, but this latest military takeover has crushed all hopes. General Abdel al-Burhan is now in charge, and the protesters want him out. But once again, they are facing a stiff pushback from the security forces. Neighborhood committees are blocking access to their streets, fearing attacks by the security forces. It's a grassroots movement. The protests are not being organized by political parties. The people want a civilian government and no compromises with the military. But the military has lots to lose, says human rights activist Mudawi Ibrahim Adam. After the coup, he was offered the position of a new civilian prime minister by the military to appease protesters. But he refused. He doesn't believe they want to reform.
On the discussion, I said, I know the problem. You are scared that you are giving power to the civilians, and they are going to lift your immunity. And then you are going to face charges, and you are going to be taken to the court.
Justice is also what Sharifa Abdullah wants. Back at her house, a mural reminds her every day of her son Babikar.
He would be happy seeing us continuing what he started and what he believed in. And it would make him even happier if we succeed in getting democracy. The truth is that people are still dying, and that is very tragic. But we will succeed, and this will make him very happy.
Sharifa Abdullah says she will continue to join other protesters in their goal of democratic change for Sudan. She says they owe that to the many people who have paid the ultimate price.
Like many other countries, Israel has also eased corona measures. Unvaccinated people are once again allowed to visit restaurants and cinemas. But the fifth wave is still impacting hospitals.
Since the early morning, Yael Liron has been on duty on a COVID ward. An elderly patient needs oxygen and some comforting words. The COVID wards at this hospital in Tel Aviv are extremely busy.
There are a lot of cases. We have new intakes every day. When one is released, another is submitted at night. Numbers are on the rise. We always experience a delay. Even when the general infection rate seems lower, we at the hospital are still dealing with the higher numbers from the 2 weeks previously.
Though overall Omicron infection rates show signs of slowing down, the number of patients in hospital remains high. Israel was one of the first countries in the world to roll out a rapid vaccination program. Over 65% of the population have been vaccinated twice, but only 48% have had a third booster shot so far. In January, those in the most vulnerable categories were offered a fourth.
During this wave, most of our patients have been elderly. It reminds us of the flu. The complications are comparable. People are dying now the way they would die from the flu. Also, fewer people are dying of Omicron.
Most patients on this ward are vaccinated elderly people with underlying health conditions. Hospitals, like other institutions, are struggling with staff shortages. Due to the highly contagious Omicron variant, high numbers of doctors and nurses are in quarantine.
It's difficult. It's the 5th time we've been at full capacity here in Israel, but we're dealing with it. That's just how it is, as they say, and it's our job to look after patients. But it's definitely hard, and there's a lot of burnout among the staff.
We have to work very hard, but we're happy to do what's necessary. But yes, it's exhausting, and it doesn't look like it's going to end soon. Although, I am personally cautiously optimistic.
For now, everybody here must keep going, doing the best they can for the ongoing influx of patients and hoping that the peak of the current wave will soon subside.
In eastern Ukraine, government troops and Russian-backed separatists have been fighting each other for almost 8 years. People there live in constant fear between both sides.
The village school of Ranitne, the last village here on Ukrainian-controlled territory, is close to the front line. It has come under fire before. Now the classrooms are empty, not because of the war, but because of new COVID restrictions. The war is something people here have been living with for 8 years.
We go to work, and most of the time the children go to school. But we don't know what will happen in 5 or 10 minutes, or tomorrow night. We're always worried, always scared.
There is a heavy military presence in Ranitne. A ceasefire is in place, but shelling can sometimes be heard at night.
We already know who shoots and when, so we just sit at home. It was worse a few years ago. We always hid in the cellar when there was fighting, but that was then.
But with the latest Russian buildup, a bigger escalation is on the table again.
When things calmed down, we bought a house here. But now we don't know what will happen.
Ukrainian-controlled territory ends with the last houses of the village. Behind a small river lies a demilitarized strip. A pedestrian bridge is the only link to the next village in the so-called grey zone.
The next village is not small. People come here every day to work, and kids go to school.
One of the people who crosses the border every day is teacher Lyudmila Tkachuk. She is from across the river and does not want to give her real name because her life depends on good relations with both sides. Shelling is even more frequent in her village.
My work is here. I come here every day. Yes, it's hard. Yes, it's dangerous, very dangerous. But I cannot just quit work and leave. I just can't.
She says she has not yet lost hope that somehow this conflict might come to an end peacefully.
The Cumbre Vieja volcano on the Spanish island of La Palma spewed lava and ash for weeks. Thousands of people had to be evacuated from villages, but they're slowly returning and starting to rebuild.
Noises of trucks removing tons of ashes are breaking through the quiet in Las Manchas. Cleanup works are in full swing after the historic eruption of the Cumbre Vieja volcano, also on the roof of this bar.
We wanted to open again in 10 days, but that's impossible because there's no motorway anymore and distances have become longer. For suppliers, it's challenging. There's no running water. There's also no garbage collection. So now we hope that we can open in 15 to 20 days.
Around 2,000 residents have come back to the areas that were most affected by the eruption of the Cumbre Vieja volcano. They will have to repair a lot, but they still have a home. Jose Garitano lost everything.
My house is literally a few kilometers from here, under the lava, but I couldn't tell you exactly where anymore. It's as if this were just one big black desert. It's impressive, just impressive.
Now the architect lives in a flat. Despite his plight, he is eager to rebuild the village of Todoque. Below the lava, all buildings have been geolocated. They could be built in their former location and may even be built with cement made from the ashes of the Cumbre Vieja.
Everything that we could build on the lava could be ecological and sustainable. I also think there could be a protected natural area for the lava. A big part of it could stay alongside what was once the village of Todoque, or what's now the new village of Todoque in this case.
But this new Todoque is still a dream at the moment.
The lava that you can see here right behind me is partly still hot. Scientists have measured temperatures of up to 200 degrees Celsius in there.
And these factors can also intervene with the current works to free one of the island's main roads from lava and rocks. It will take years for this area of the island to recover. The government is planning denser housing now that there is less space. Building on the lava is not possible for now. Jose Garitano knows that. But the Palmeros, like him, are eager to move on and restore La Palma's identity.
Avocado is native to the Americas, where it is divided into 3 subspecies: Mexican subtropical, Guatemalan semi-tropical, West Indian tropical. Researchers believe that humans began cultivating avocados about 5,000 years ago. It was introduced to Kenya in 1930s by the Portuguese. It was first cultivated for commercial purposes in the 60s. Avocado is a pear oval or nearly round shaped. The skin of a ripe avocado varies in color based on the variant. It may be green, deep green, dark green, or a dark purple that appears nearly black. Avocado has over 40 variants, but in Kenya, 2 variants are commonly grown. These variants are the Hass variant, grown mainly for export market, and Fuerte variant, grown mainly for processing. These 2 variants grow about 120 trees per hectare. It is advised to space the trees with 9 meters by 9 meters for maximum yield. Plant the tree rows on an east to west orientation for maximum sunshine exposure. Avocados grow well in a warm to cool climate at an altitude of 1,500 to 2,100 meters above sea level. Avocados require 1,000 to 1,600 millimeter of rain well distributed across the year. It requires an optimum temperatures of between 15 and 24 degrees centigrade with an average 2,000 hours of sunshine a year. Avocado thrives on 1 meter of topsoil that is permeable and free draining with adequate moisture retention. The best soils should be medium sandy loam with a pH of between 5.5 to 6.5. Propagation is mainly from seeds or seedlings. Grafting of seedlings is commonly used to increase yield, resistance to diseases, adaptation to different soils, as well as convenience to the farmer due to the dwarfing effect of the grafted variants. Avocado starts to yield 3 to 4 years after transplanting. However, economical yields start at the 6th year, with trees above 5 years yielding about 800 to 1,000 kilograms per hectare per year. This is about 80,000 to 100,000 fruits. In Kenya, avocados are harvested between March and September, depending on region and variant. In Kenya, avocado is farmed in Murang'a, Kiambu, Nyeri, Embu, Makueni, Meru, Kisii, and Nakuru counties.
Welcome to the land of Matoke, Kisii County. Kisii County is one of the 47 counties of Kenya, coming in at number 45. It shares a common borders with Nyamira County to the northeast, Narok County to the south, Homa Bay and Migori counties to the west. It covers an area of 1,323 per kilometer square and has a population of about 1.2 million people as per the 2019 census report by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. The county has 9 electoral constituencies, namely Bobasi, Bonchari, Bomachoge Chache, Bomachoge Borabu, Kitutu Chache North, Kitutu Chache South, Nyaribari Chache, Nyaribari Masaba, and South Mugirango. The most notable features in the county are her many hills and greenery. Kisii County is filled with many top schools, higher learning institutions which include Kisii University, Jomo Kenyatta University of Science and Technology Kisii Campus, Mount Kenya University, and colleges such as Gusii Institute of Technology and Beam International Training Center. Always green, Kisii's economy is a growing economy full of many promises. It offers viable investment opportunities with agriculture as the top option. The county flourishes in various types of plantain and bananas, Arabica coffee, which is amongst the best in the world, tea, fruits such as oranges, avocados, passion fruits, pineapples, and pyrethrum among the best performing crops. The tropical climate in the county favors sports tourism as well as the mining of soapstone. As a way of consolidating economic gains, Kisii County intends to build an industrial park complex which will attract investors from far and wide. The park is intended to serve as a juice extraction and water bottling plant, tea and coffee plant, and processing of indigenous vegetable plant.
We had a very interesting discussion with German business investors and German Africa Business Association to reactivate and enhance our trade and investment relationship, which dates back in 2016, where EABC and the German African Business Association came into agreement how to deepen trade and investment between the East African region and the German. So yesterday it was exciting that we had the board meeting, drawing companies that the German companies that have invested in East Africa in various sectors of the economies, such as telecommunication, energy, education sector. They are also looking into pharmaceutical industry as one of the sector or one of the value chain that is geared to promote resilience of our region. So it was exciting that there was a good engagement, and we agreed EABC to work together, reactivate the MOU to ensure that we continue to attract more businesses from Germany to East Africa. Because our relationship dates back 50 years, and we've seen that through this engagement, through our collaboration with the Germany business, there is a kind of a win-win situation. When you look at the trade statistics last year, despite the effects of COVID, the region managed to export goods worth $350 million US, and the German also made investment. We imported goods worth $850 million US. So there is that trade that is happening. There is investment that's happening, like a number of sectors where German have demonstrated their comparative and competitive advantage, such as mobility, what they are doing in Rwanda. Very exciting project in terms of Volkswagen, automobile industry, and they are very keen to roll that out across the region. And that we focused on what are those sectors that would create employment for East Africa.
Whatever it is that you are, we should be able to be there to serve. So these are some of the products that we have to give them. Uniquely, so to speak. Yeah.
All right. Very interesting thing you brought there as you're coming to this product you're calling agency, Sacco agency, where you open your door and you will see your Steamer Sacco agent, and you're able to get all the services that you can get at the branch at that particular point. How is this going to play out as we go along into the end of this year and get into next year? How is this going to play out?
We have had a very supportive regulator, and I always say that the success of Steamer, we are currently 45 billion shillings in asset base.
Wow.
And growing. And with all honesty, I'd say that the success of our growth has been because we have an enabler of a regulator. So, of course, in terms of the expectations, they are as strict as CBKs to the banks. Yes. So we actually use similar ratios, very strict ones. But on the other hand, the regulator is also an enabler, because the regulator always has a choice of saying no to you. Think about it this way. When M-Pesa was coming on board, and if you remember the then governor of CBK, he had an option of saying no. I have no idea what this is.
Yeah,
I don't want it. Yes. But what did he say? He said, let's give it a shot. Let's try it. Let's regulate it. And I think that is what we have, in a way, within our regulator has tried to actually emulate. So you'd find that the agency is fully owned by Steamer. It is not the traditional agency whereby you go to a bank and get a partnership with a bank and then ride on the agents. These are truly our agents. Our own agents.
Yes,
it's our own agents. Yes, our own. Of course, it can be shared with anyone because the law does allow us to do that. But truly, this is our agency. It's our system, and therefore we are not even having a revenue share with anyone, which I think is one of the unique models that Steamer Sacco is really attempting to do, to avoid a lot of revenue shares. Because when you do that, it means loss of income for the institution. And at the end, it means less dividends for our members. So the way the agency has been set up is that we have been piloting this for the last 4, 5, 6 months actually. We've done the piloting stage. The regulator is already on board, is visiting our sites just to confirm whether or not we met the criteria he had put forward, and thereafter he'd enable us to open this to every other Kenyan outside there. So once that happens, my goal would be, with all honesty, within the next 1 year or so, to have minimum at least 300 agents of stigma. Now, you look at it in this.
In the heart of central region of Kenya is Murang'a County. Believed to be the cultural cradle of the Gikuyu people, Murang'a County has a total population of about 942,581 people, with the males taking 48% and the females 52%, according to the Kenyan National Bureau of Statistics 2009 National Census Report. The county lies between 914 meters above sea level in the east and 3,353 meters above sea level along the slopes of the Aberdare Mountains in the west. The highest areas form the rain catchment areas from where most of the rivers draining the county originate. Hence, the county occupying a total area of 2,558 square kilometers. Initially known as Fort Hall in the colonial times, Murang'a is the largest town amongst other towns in the county. The county is run under the administration of the first devolved government, with Governor Francis Mwangi wa Iria as the first and current governor, Irungu Kenyatta as senator, Sabina Chege as women representative, and Kula Hache as county commissioner. The physical structure of the county consists of volcanic rocks, with the topography and geology of the county being both an asset and liability to the county's development, which has seen residents engage in small-scale farming and livestock keeping. With the backbone of Murang'a County's economy deeply rooted in agriculture, over 60% of small-scale farmers grow tea and coffee as the main cash crops. With Governor Mwangi wa Iria's past experience as a milk trader, Murang'a County is reaping big from its milk production, with milk producers recording a high of 127 million shillings in between 2015 and 2016. The milk trade, turning up to be a major income earner in the county, has seen a setup of 35 milk coolers, provision of free and guaranteed artificial insemination services, supply of free high-yielding fodder and sweet potato vines to its members to boost productivity. The county's mandate is derived from the Presidential Circular number 1 of May 2008. In this, the department is tasked with developing trade policies, looking at promotion of retail and wholesale markets with a look at development of micro and small businesses, fair trade practices and consumer protection, and the private sector development.
Macadamia originates from Australia, where it was discovered by a colonist in Queensland, Australia in 1857. Macadamia derives its name from John McAdam, an Australian statesman and botanist. It was introduced to Kenya in 1945, but was not popular till after independence, when various small-scale farmers started to plant the crop. Macadamia trees commonly grow up to 20 meters high. They have shiny leathery leaves that are 20 to 30 centimeters long. Fragrant pink or white flowers are borne in clusters and are succeeded by bunches of up to 20 fruits. The fruit consists of a fleshy green husk that has spherical seed inside. The spherical seed hosts nuts that are round with a surface that is smooth and are 1.3 to 2.5 centimeters in diameter. The shell is tough, fibrous, and difficult to crack. The nut is white with uniform quality that shrinks slightly after harvest. The nut is white in color and is a rich source of fatty acids, protein, iron, vitamin B6, magnesium, which is required for enhancing metabolism and strengthening of bones. Macadamia grows well in an altitude of between 1,500 to 2,000 meters above sea level. And it requires rainfalls of between 700 to 2,600 millimeters per annum, with optimum temperatures of 15 to 29 degrees centigrade. The soil should be deep, fertile, well-drained loams or sandy loams with a pH value of 5.5 to 6.5. It is propagated mainly through grafting, as trees grown direct from seeds take up to 7 years before they start to yield. It is advised that you plant the trees with a spacing of 7.5 to 10 meters by 7.5 to 10 meters. Therefore, an acre of land will hold up to 70 trees. Some grafted varieties start to yield within 2 to 3 years. After flowering, it takes 6 to 8 months to mature. Then ready nuts are harvested, husks removed, and dried within 24 hours of harvesting. Well-kept trees produce up to 80 kilograms per tree. And in Kenya, macadamia is mainly grown in Kiambu, Murang'a, Meru, Embu, and parts of Rift Valley.
Managing your finances starts with questions. Where do I put my money? What opportunities are available for my money? What ratios should go into savings, spending, and leisure, if you may? Now, trying to answer all these questions can sometimes mean you have to understand concepts like savings, loans, forex, stock markets, and sometimes politics, and honestly, sometimes it can get a bit overwhelming. On Eye on the Money, we take you through intelligent investment and finance management decisions so that you keep track of every coin that comes out of your pocket.
Africa amazes me. Its technology and innovations, the people, their businesses, and a culture deeply rooted at the core of its hunger for growth. This is what I'm passionate about. Every Tuesday, it's technology on Business Center, and Thursdays, I hang out where the hustle happens. My name is Tabitha Mufoni, and this is Metropol TV, the home of wealth creators.
Organic farming is an integrated method of farming that strives for sustainable production in agriculture. Organic farming avoids the use of synthetic fertilizers, pesticides, antibiotics, genetic modification, and growth hormones. This concept was developed in the early 1900s by farmers who believed that the use of animal manure, cover crops, crop rotation, and biological-based pest control resulted to better farming system. In Kenya, organic farming started in the 1990s, and Kenya has been producing an estimated 5 million tons of organic food for the local and export markets. Of the total agricultural land in Kenya, only an estimated 1,469 hectares is under organic farming. Broken down in estimated acreage, coffee takes 240 hectares, vegetables take 598 hectares, cereals take 1 hectare. Other crops like fruits and animal rearing take up the rest of the acreage. Organic farming is characterized by the following: protection of long-term fertility of the soils, maximum mechanical operation on soils, providing crop nutrients by action of soil microorganisms, ensuring nitrogen soil self-sufficiency by growing legumes, holistic management of livestock by addressing their natural adaptations, behavioral needs, and animal welfare. Weed and pests are controlled through crop rotation, diversity, natural predators, and resilient crop. Yields from organic farming is 25% lower than that of conventional farming, but this is counterbalanced by the price organic food fetches in the market. Most of the organic farming in Kenya takes place in the central region. Other areas with potential include the coastal, eastern, western, Nyanza, and parts of Rift Valley regions.
Welcome to Kiambu County. It is located in the Central Highlands of Kenya in the former Central Province, close to Kenya's capital, Nairobi. There are several theories that explain the origin of the name Kiambu. One theory suggests it was derived from a prominent Kikuyu clan known as Mbari Yambu, who used to live next to the current-day Kiambu town. Another theory suggests the area used to experience constant showers, hence the Kikuyu phrase Kiambu, meaning the place of drizzle. It borders Nairobi and Kajiado counties to the south, Machakos to the east, Murang'a to the north and northeast, Nyandarua to the northwest, and Nakuru to the west. It covers an area of 2,543.42 per kilometer square and is considered one of the wealthiest counties in Kenya. According to the 2019 Kenya Population and Housing Census, Kiambu County population for 2019 stood at 2,417,735. Dr. James Nyoro is the governor of Kiambu County following the impeachment of Ferdinand Waititu on 19th December 2019. Paul Kimani Njoroge is the current senator, while Gathoni Wamuchomba is the woman representative. Kiambu County constitutes 12 constituencies: Gatundu South, Gatundu North, Juja, Thika Town, Ruiru, Githunguri, Kiambu, Kiambaa, Kabete, Kikuyu, Limuru, and Lari. Kiambu County is filled with many top schools, higher learning institutions which include Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, Kenyatta University, and Gretzer University. Most of the people living in Kiambu are predominantly farmers growing tea and coffee as cash crops alongside food crops such as maize, beans, assorted vegetables, pineapples, and sweet potatoes.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of Check-In. Today we join Indian YouTuber and DW travel reporter Dhruv Rathi on his tour of Germany. He's visited 3 of the most exciting major cities: Berlin, Munich and Cologne. Together with his girlfriend Yuli, he will present us with some of the top sites that should be on every travel itinerary to Germany. Let's start in the capital, Berlin.
One of the most iconic cities in Europe, hip and international, creative and progressive. A modern city full of history, which was once bombed to bits, divided in two and then reunited. This is Berlin. And as they say in German, willkommen in Berlin. One of the first things that come in your mind when you think about Berlin is this Brandenburg Gate, the most iconic attraction in Berlin. It was built in the 18th century in the neoclassical style, and today it is a symbol of unity for Europe and the reunification of Germany. Right next to the Brandenburg Gate, we have the Holocaust Memorial. It's made of more than 2,700 concrete blocks like these, which are laid out in a grid formation. It's dedicated to the Jewish victims of the World War II who died in the Nazi genocide. There's also a small memorial here in the garden next to Brandenburg Gate. It's dedicated to the also prosecuted Sinti and Roma people.
This beautiful boulevard unter den Linden takes you right through the middle of Berlin.
If you also get tired walking around on a hot day like this, you can relax in this beautiful park right here. It's also nearby. It's called the Grosser Tiergarten. Right next to the gate, we have this stunning and impressive building behind me called the Reichstag. The German parliament is inside it. After the World War II, it was destroyed a lot in the bombings, so they had to rebuild a lot after that. Today, you can go all the way up to the globe that you see on the top of the building. It offers some impressive views of the whole Berlin city. But unfortunately, it's not something that you can do spontaneously. You have to book an appointment before online, approximately 2 to 3 weeks before, if you have to go inside it.
Berlin is a paradise for any foodie. You can find anything from traditional dishes to different kinds of street foods. There are plenty of vegetarian or even vegan options as well. And there are 2 very iconic dishes you can try when you're in Berlin. One is the Currywurst. It's a sliced sausage, or as we say, Bratwurst, topped with curry ketchup. The other one is the Döner, of course. And this type of Döner kebab, where the meat is put in a pita bread, was first created in Berlin by a Turkish guest worker. Nowadays, it's one of Germany's favorite and most available kind of fast food, and actually considered typically German.
There are many different activities you can enjoy in Berlin, but my personal favorite one is kayaking. It's not only a good sport, but you can also enjoy in this river a gigantic sculpture called the Molecule Man. Look how big that is.
If you're looking for museums in Berlin, don't worry. There's an island full of them.
You heard that right. I'm literally standing here on a bridge which goes to an island popularly known as the Museum Island. It's an island in the middle of the river near the main city which has 5 different museums on it. For example, the Bode Museum right next to me has Byzantine art and sculpture. The whole area is designated as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Another landmark in Berlin is this famous double-deck Oberbaum Bridge, which I'm currently walking underneath. It was built in 1896, and after the World War II, it was closed because it was a connection between East Berlin and West Berlin. After the fall of Berlin Wall, it was a symbol of reunification also between the East and West Germany. I'm walking here at the East Side Gallery. It's the largest open-air gallery in the whole world. It's a 1.3 kilometer long part of the former Berlin Wall. Today, it has been transformed very colorfully into a nice, beautiful gallery by various artists around the world. It's a symbol of reconciliation and freedom.
Not many visitors leave Berlin without a selfie in front of the East Side Gallery. So, if you come to Berlin, don't miss out. One of the most popular and best-known pieces of art is this graffiti painting. It's the socialist fraternal kiss of the leaders Honecker and Brezhnev. Below it says in German, "My God, help me to survive this deadly love."
There were many famous crossing points between East and West Berlin. One of the most famous ones was this checkpoint Charlie. There is also a museum here called the Wall Museum. If you want to know more about the Cold War history, you can go check this out. The museum we chose to go in was the German History Museum. It's an amazing museum which shows more than 2,000 years of German history, all the way from the Middle Ages to the fall of the Berlin Wall. There's more than 7,000 exhibits spread across 8,000 square meters.
If you like to party, you'll enjoy Berlin at night. Berlin is famous for its amazing nightlife. Each district has its own unique nightlife vibe, so whether you prefer techno, classic cocktails, or just want to hang out at a beer garden, there's countless bars, pubs, and events for everyone's taste.
Overall, Berlin is a very big and lively city. You can easily spend 7 days here because there's just so much to see and do here.
Next tourist hotspot on this check-in special edition is Munich. The Bavarian capital is a magnet for foreign visitors. Even though this year's Oktoberfest had to be cancelled for the second time due to the pandemic, Dhruv and Yuli had a lot of fun in Munich.
Let's start our tour right from the center of Munich city. This Marienplatz Square is over 900 years old, and it's the heart of the city. In the olden times, in the first few centuries, this place was used as a central marketplace, and today it's used for festivities, cultural, political, and sports celebration events. Behind me is the magnificent new town hall, and there's also an old town hall on the other side. The new City Hall is probably one of the most impressive buildings in Munich. More than 600 employees work inside here in the 400 rooms. You can also go up the tower to have fantastic views over the city. And at the very top, you can see there's a statue called the Munich's Child. It's a symbol of the Munich city. And these balconies that you see behind me, they're a popular place for sports teams to celebrate winning their titles. If you keep walking through the old city, you'll eventually reach this majestic gate called Karlstor. It's the entrance to the biggest pedestrian area in Munich. And this square here is called Karlsplatz, also known as Starkhaus. There's a very picturesque fountain here in the summers, like right now. And in winters, this area becomes the place for a big ice skating rink. As you can see, this whole square is pretty busy. If you get tired of all the sightseeing and want to have a quick bite, this Viktualian Markt is the place to be. It offers a huge selection of food items from sandwiches to soups and roasted potatoes to smoothies. Just make sure that you don't come on a Sunday like today, otherwise all the stalls will be closed here. But I'll also show you how it looks in normal times.
While you're waiting for your food, take a look at the fountains that can be found throughout the market. You can find 6 characters from Munich's history here.
If you're looking for a snack, how about you try a pretzel or brezel in German? It is a traditional type of baked pastry made from dough that is commonly shaped into a knot and has salt seasoning on the outside. At 375 hectares, English Garden is one of the largest inner city parks in the world, and it is even larger than the Central Park in New York. It even has a Chinese tower and a Japanese tea house inside.
Within the English Garden, there is a very unexpected activity that you can enjoy in Munich. It's surfing. Well, I could not manage to catch the wave, but if you want to try, there are a few surf rental shops in the old city area where you can rent the surfboard from. But do remember, it takes a lot of practice and it is at your own risk. In case you're not interested in surfing, you can also swim in this river. There's a heavy current which makes you go all the way downstream. Just remember to be cautious, and once again, it's at your own risk. We'll show you how it's done. Oh my God, it's really cold. Munich has no shortage of historic buildings, palaces, and churches. One of the city's landmarks is this building behind me called Frauenkirche. These high towers are almost 100 meters tall. And as a fun fact, inside this old city, no building is allowed to be higher than this. Right in front of the Frauenkirche, we have a nice 3D map of the old Munich city, and you can use this to orient yourself very well, because all the main highlights are very easily visible here. The Frauenkirche, the Neues Rathaus, the St. Peter's Church, the Viktualian Markt, and the Old Rathaus. Just a bit outside the old city, we have this majestic building of the Bavarian State Parliament known as the Maximilianeum. It was originally built as a home for gifted students, which means that students who excelled in their studies were provided with accommodation and food for the duration of their studies inside this building. Just like in Berlin, we have a museum island in Munich also. And on this museum island, we have the Deutsches Museum, one of the most amazing and largest science and technology museums in the whole world. Let's go have a look what they have inside.
So I managed to light it up till 1,000 watt. What about you? Oh yeah.
There are about 30 different areas in the museum with a huge variety in themes. Agriculture, food technology, astronomy, chemistry, photography and film, aerospace, oceanography, physics, shipping, telecommunications, and timekeeping.
About 5 kilometers from the old city area in Munich, you will find this majestic Nymphenburg Palace. It's so huge that it's spread over 200 hectares, the garden surrounding it. You will find here beautiful flowers, sculptures, ducks, swans, and even canals. This area is often known as the Venice of Munich because there's just so many canals and nice water areas around here. In the summertime, you can also take a gondola ride in these canals.
If you do visit this palace, make sure to take a look inside it also. There's various museums inside it.
Our final stop in this check-in special edition is Cologne. The city on the Rhine is at the top of the list of tourists' favorites in Germany, including Dhruv and Ulis. Their tour starts at the city's most iconic landmark.
If you arrive in Cologne by train, the Cologne Cathedral will be the first thing you'll see. It's hard to miss, it's gigantic, and it defines the city's skyline. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site and also the third tallest church in the whole world. So we just went all around it trying to find the entrance over that side. I hope it's here because that's the last place that's left. So there's actually two different entrances. One is for going inside the cathedral to see the ground floor and the church area, and the second is over there to go up on the tower.
Climbing the tower might be very exhausting. It even says here.
And these stairs are never ending.
And here we are at the top of the cathedral. It's at a height of 157 meters. There are two towers here. From the outside, it may seem like both are the same height, but there is a difference of 6 centimeters between the height of two towers. And the view that you can enjoy from here is amazing. You can see out in the city in the distance.
You do feel quite hot climbing all the way up, but thankfully there's a nice wind up here.
The Hohenzollern Bridge connects the Cologne Central Station to other European cities on the other side of Rhine River. It's also famous for its popularity as a charming spot for couples. Couples often attach a padlock here on the bridge and throw the key down in the river as a sign of eternal love. You can see this bridge is full of padlocks, and there's padlocks attached to padlocks attached to padlocks. In total, these love locks weigh 2 tons. In other European cities, often the weight of these locks weakens the structure of the bridge. However, this bridge is strong enough to sustain in this case. If you ever come to Cologne, try finding our padlock. I'll give you a hint. It's nearby the third pillar of the bridge. If you have time for a stroll and want to relax a bit, you can take a walk right through the Cologne Promenade. It's next to the Rhine River, offers beautiful sights of the old city. The old city area behind me has nice, pretty looking houses, but as you can see, they are very modern style because most of them were built after the war. In the World War II, almost 3/4 of the Cologne city was destroyed. There are over 90 fountains in the city of Cologne. Besides me is the most famous one. It's actually based on a fairy tale. You see these little gnome statues nearby? They're actually called Heinzelmännchen. Legend says that in the olden times, they used to come and do cleaning and housework and little chores for the people of Cologne. They used to come at night and were invisible, so people could work during the day.
Well, according to the legend, this went on until a tailor's wife got so curious to see the gnomes that she spilled peas onto the floor to make the gnomes slip and fall. Of course, the gnomes didn't like that and got so furious that they disappeared and never returned. From that time on, the citizens of Cologne had to do all the work by themselves again.
While the Cologne Cathedral gets all the spotlight, there's also this smaller church here called the Great Saint Martin. It's also very beautiful. Here we have the town hall of Cologne, known as the Rathaus. There's the old building and a new building. Schildergasse is the most popular shopping street of Cologne and also one of the most visited shopping streets of the whole Germany. A key highlight here is the Weltstadthaus, a giant glass building which loosely resembles a big whale. You can get one of the most impressive views of the city skyline from this side of the Rhine River. However, if you want an even more impressive view, you can go up on that building over there. That building is called the Triangle Building, and there is a viewing platform located on the top floor over there. Unfortunately, we could not get there today because Corona has changed the opening times of that building. Now it's only open on the weekends.
If you want to see Cologne from a different perspective, you might want to try the Cologne cable car. It takes you across the Rhine River and offers nice views of Cologne's skyline and the cathedral. One of the stations is located right at the zoo and the Flora and Botanic Garden.
There is almost no one who does not like chocolate. That's why out of all museums in Cologne, we chose to go to the Chocolate Museum, which is devoted to this sweet treat.
you can see what ingredients make up the chocolate and in what proportion.
You can vote for your favorite type of chocolate. So I'm going to do my vote.
Let's see. Dark chocolate seems to be the winner here. It explains the process of how chocolate is made, something that everyone wants to know, all the way from the bean to the packaged bar. You can even watch the machines do their work through glass.
Cologne is where our journey through Germany with Dhruv and Yuri comes to an end. You can find more of their videos and of other DW travel reporters on our YouTube channel, DW Travel.
If you haven't made a choice to invest into this industry, I would like to encourage you to make a step and invest, because the film industry is one of those sectors that if you invest, for example, $1 would give you a return of $6. I believe you cannot be able to get that kind of return in any other kind of investment. And for key decision makers, let us strive and continue putting in place measures that will be able to catalyze or act as a catalyst to grow this particular sector, because the screens industry today across the world serves as a key game changer when it comes to economic growth, social well-being of the people, and also just providing an avenue for coexistence among communities. And from where I sit, the future is so bright. Think about gaming, think about esports. These are new emerging areas that if we did invest into, then we'll be able to create an abundance of opportunities to our communities, our youngsters, and also tell stories that have never been told before. Let's put Kenya on the map by telling our stories.
Now, today we are looking at some of the facts that are in the dairy industry that you may or may not know. Number one is cows must give birth to produce milk. Did you know that? Yes. That's right. It may seem obvious, but many people have no idea that to produce milk, cows must be pregnant or have just given birth. Like all mammals, cows lactate to nourish their young ones. Now, you know that calves are stolen from their mothers. Just hours after they are born, calves are withdrawn from their mothers. Understandably, this forced separation is traumatic, and the mothers are below for hours or days, now pacing and searching for their stolen calves. This heartbreak happens at every dairy farm. Now, the male calves are often killed for veal. Since male calves don't produce milk, they are useless to the dairy industry and often sold for veal production. Veal is a direct byproduct of the dairy industry.
On being resourceful, let's look at a hustle one can start with less than 5,000 Kenya shillings and make profits. Mahindi Choma hustle. Yes, even with the mention, it does not sound viable, but with some research from a Mahindi Choma maize dealer in Mopuru market, let's break down the numbers. For starters, you will need to identify your source of supply. This means where to get the maize from. Secondly, a location to sell your maize. Target a very busy location like bus stops and busy marketplaces. Thirdly, what's the pricing? One full maize should at least give you 40 to 50 shillings. Let's do some math. If 3 maize go for 50 shillings, then if you sell one at 40 shillings, you'll have made a profit of 120 Kenya shillings from the 3 maize. Now, how about 50 maize? That will yield about 2,000 Kenya shillings. How about a whole sack of maize? If done consistently, mahindi choma could become a fruitful hustle. You could indicate on a carton your price or even be creative. Other things you will need are a jiko, wire mesh, and charcoal. All these readily available in the market or local stores. Welcome to County number 24, West Pokot County. Its capital and the largest town being Kapenguria. Historically, Kapenguria holds a piece of the heart of Kenya's independence in memory of where the fighters were imprisoned, the famous Kapenguria Six. Besides Kapenguria, it has other divisions, namely Alale, Chepareria, Chesegon, Kacheliba, Kasei, Kongelai, Lelam, and Sigor. The county is under the governance of His Excellency Professor John Lonyangapo, who is a seasoned politician, deputized by Dr. Nicholas Owon Atudonyang. The county's administration is divided into 10 departments, each headed by a county executive commissioner. The economy of West Pokot is mainly driven by agriculture and livestock rearing, its main crops being maize, finger millet, coffee, beans, potatoes, and pyrethrum, among others. In an aim to make lives easier, the Turquoise hydropower plant operated by electricity generating company Kengen is situated here, producing about 105 megawatts of power, which is fed to the national grid. Geographically, Mount Mtelo is also grounded here. Some of the notable residents from the county are Tegla Lerupe, a world record holder for 20, 25, and 30 kilometers long distance track running, and Lona Chemtai, a Kenyan Israeli Olympic marathon runner. Welcome for a cup of fermented porridge any day in West Pokot County.
Hello there, my name is Natasha Agunda, and of course, when you see me here, it is nothing but the street biashara. We are in the streets of Nairobi, and today we are asking some Kenyans what they know about the term stock.
Stock it, what is available in your store, you get? Like what is available kwa store yako, nini uko nayo? Yeah.
Stock nini ya duka tu. Unaweka stock, unatoa mzee, unaweka mpya.
Stock ni vitu zile umeweka ndo uendeleze biashara yako.
Stock basically is things that are in a business. There are things that people deal in. For example, if it's a bookshop, the stock is the book.
Stock kwa biashara, for example, kama uko na duka, una make sure yani stock inajirudia tu. Zile stock ni zile vitu ziko kwa duka yako.
Stock ni bidhaa au mali ambao yako kwenye salio kwa lile ambao limeuzwa.
Stock ni vitu yenye iko kwa duka, you are planning to sell them, yani unatarajia kuziuza.
Stock, this is the term in the dictionary. Stocks, these are some kind of the item which can be stored somewhere. for the businesses. These are the item which have been purchased by the business in order to sell.
All right, so we're back in studio, and the term that we'll be dissecting next is stock. Joining us is Gabriel Mwendwa, who is an analyst, to let us know what exactly is the term stock.
Stock is also commonly known as inventory. Depends on whether you're talking using English or rather British or American English. Inventory or stock is the goods that a company has bought from its suppliers that are going to be used in production of its final goods, or the goods that are actually going to be sold to the final customer. So stock or inventory includes both raw materials, finished goods, or even what we call work in progress, which is goods are not yet complete. For simpler businesses like us, your inventory or stock is everything that you already own, because you're buying finished goods that you're going to sell to other people. So that is stock or inventory.
All right. So, Gabriel, what on the street is that people do not actually know the difference between stock, the one that you have just talked about, and the stock from the stock market? Can you tell us the difference?
Yeah, I mean, the difference is like day and night. So the stock is actually a commodity owned by a company. So stock, which is the inventory, is a commodity owned by a specific company. It's part of the assets of a company. Whereas stocks, which are also referred to as shares, are actually a representation of ownership in a company. So one is representation of ownership in a company, that is the stock, which is shares. The other one is one of the many assets a company can have, which is stock or inventory.
All right. Thank you so much, Gabriel. My name is Natasha Gunda, and this is Street BSR.
Would you love to finish that novel you're reading when there's a blackout? Or do you simply enjoy reading at night and don't want to turn on the light? Well, Voiwo has got you covered. Let's take it away. Light is essential for any reading experience, and that's why book lights are fundamental in helping you read at night or in the dark without a hassle. Introducing the Voiwo Booklight, a completely reimagined booklight for a better reading experience. It is powered by tiny LEDs that give you even warm lighting that maintains contrast while scattering light to minimize glare. It also allows you to control lighting precisely with a touch for uninterrupted reading. Voiwo Booklight has a refreshing look designed with style and comes in different popping colors to match your personality. The band is made of genuine leather and is laminated for durability. Aluminium magnet buckles are also included to give the light a polished experience and ensure it doesn't fall off. You can grab one of these unique booklights or an alternative on Amazon for just 2,000 Kenyan shillings. For more tech features, follow us on our social media handles at Metropol TV KE. Africa amazes me. Its technology and innovations, the people, their businesses, as a culture deeply rooted at the core of its hunger for growth. This is what I'm passionate about. Every Tuesday, it's technology on Business Center, and Thursdays, I hang out where the hustle happens. My name is Tabitha Muthoni, and this is Metropol TV, the home of wealth creators.
Watching Metropol Television. Auctioneers in Diani, Kwale County have defended themselves against accusations of being inhumane when they demolished an investment belonging to a Polish national. The auctioneers, acting on behalf of prominent businessman Samuel Kamau Macharia, said they acted within the law. They say the court order was issued on February 17th and gave them a legal mandate to evict Sonrisa and Ali, who had encroached on the land, necessitating a legal battle that culminated in the demolitions. Sonrisa says the title deed erroneously states that their land measures 0.9 hectares, while in the maps and the measurements on the ground, it is actually 1.9 hectares. It is this difference that was brought about the conflict, with Macharia saying Sonrisa has encroached into the 1 hectare of his land. However, in a rejoinder, Ibona Sedreka, whose 2 villas and a main building with 7 guest rooms were demolished, said the auctioneers demolished the wrong place. Moving on, the government has paid oil entrepreneurs 8 billion Kenyan shillings for the stabilization of pump prices. Petroleum Principal Secretary Andrew Kamau stated that the Treasury released 6.7 billion Kenyan shillings earlier last week, adding to the 1.27 billion that was in fuel subsidy kitty to pay for the November, December, and January pricing cycles. This move by the government aims to boost cash flow for the oil farms that have been struggling with delayed compensation, pushing entrepreneurs into money circulation problems, especially the independent farms which take up loans to pay for gas and distribution prices. For the government move to monitor and stabilize the cost of fuel and other petroleum products in a bid to tame the high cost of living. Now, the fuel subsidy kitty is under immense economic pressure, driven mainly by an increase in crude oil prices on the global market and geopolitical tensions that have increased the cost of oil globally. Long-term investment company has been spared from compensating the buyer of its Coca-Cola bottling businesses 3.7 billion shillings after the Supreme Court stopped the Kenya Revenue Authority KRA from demanding the billions. Now, the company in 2019 sold its 27.6% stake in Nabobi Bottlers and 53.9% interest in Almasi Beverages, the owner of the Mount Kenya Bottlers, Kisi Bottlers, and Rift Valley Bottlers, to Coca-Cola Beverages Africa for 19.3 billion shillings. The transactions were completed by the Kenya Revenue Authority seeking 3.7 billion excise taxes on returnable bottles, and Centum gave CCBA a bank guarantee that it would settle the bill if the taxman won the legal battle to enforce its claim. KRA's tax demand was thwarted in a Supreme Court ruling delivered on February 10th, which stopped the taxman from reopening matter, freeing the Nairobi Securities Exchange listed firm from the obligation. The KRA was seeking a total of 5.6 billion shillings from the bottlers. The Supreme Court said the KRA should let the matter rest after losing in lower courts. The global lenders, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund have intensified lending to Kenya over the last 3 years as compared to the Chinese loans deals in Kenya, which have reduced. Data from the National Treasury shows that the World Bank total lending to Kenya rose by 517 billion shillings from June 2019 to 125 trillion in December, with the bulk loans coming in the wake of the COVID-19 economic hardships. The IMF lending grew from 158.5 billion to 207.5 billion in the same period, while Chinese loans increased by 125 billion to 786 billion shillings. According to the experts, both the World Bank and IMF loans have an influence on Kenya's economic policy planning, which would require the government to implement tough conditions across many sectors, among others imposition of new taxes and freeze in civil servants. All this comes even as the government defends the increased borrowing, saying the country must invest in its infrastructural projects. Moving on, Uganda has announced a 2-year suspension of its membership from the International Coffee Organization as the country pushes for the organization to address its concerns and interests as a coffee-producing country. Uganda, the leading coffee exporter and a second leading producer in Africa, has been trading its coffee under the 2007 ICO agreement, an agreement that stakeholders now say does not favor farmers and other players in regard to getting premium prices and obtaining a better quotas. Uganda Coffee Development Authority's Managing Director, Mr. Emmanuel Iyamulemye, said the suspension will give Uganda a chance to use the resources to enhance their coffee sector and focus on increasing production to 20 million bags by 2025-2030. Uganda has held talks with other African countries to develop strategies to boost production and domestic consumption of coffee in the continent. According to UCDA, the suspension will not affect coffee exports or trade in any way. That is your business brief for this hour. My name is Simba Elijah Charles Kianke. Good morning.
Business doesn't wait. Why should you? Get updated with the latest business news on the go. It's simple. SMS the word news to 20146 and receive breaking news on the go. What are you waiting for? SMS news to 20146 now.
My name is Shiko Kimani. I am the proprietor for Paprigano Restaurant and Pub in Nakuru, Milimani. I started this restaurant in 2008. Paprigano, the name, is actually a combination of paprika and oregano. Paprigano. So those are the herbs we use when we are doing our barbecues. Smeka is, I would call it a system that allows you as an entrepreneur to load all your transactions. It helps you monitor your cash flows. You are actually able to pull out a profit and loss statement from the system. You can also pull out your LPOs from the system. The better part of it is the banks are able to access your daily routine, your inflows, your outflows, like that. And so when the banks do that, then they actually don't need so much documentation when you want a facility. You can actually just get a facility in 24 hours Yes, so you just, the bank can be able to see what you buy, what you don't buy. Okay, your stock is low. They can even call you and ask you, okay, we've seen your stock is low. Can we, come in and assist you? And you can also request for loans online. So I think it's a really good product. And once the entrepreneurs know about it, it would be very good, because even if you go to the bank, the bank for a facility, they always ask you for the documents. A lot of entrepreneurs don't have the documentation that I sold this today, I sold this in a month, what's your turnover, So yeah, it has been really been helpful. I would recommend Smeka to any entrepreneur because it actually organizes you. You're able to have your documents in place, you know your net worth, you're able to plan, you're able to budget, and that is what entrepreneurs need to become successful.
To register your business on Smeka platform, call 0715 830 690. Smeka, your highway to business financing and automation.
Manufacturing is a critical pillar for growth and development in this country, for not only growth in terms of infrastructure, but also GDP, employment, and the ripple effects that comes along with it. So unless we focus more on manufacturing, the 15% Big Four target will be a daydream and will not be able to attain our Vision 2030 aspiration. So I think government needs to give some more concessions to this upcoming technology adoption of the same. It's a skilling of staff through the industrial. I think the industrial sectors. And it will be for the betterment of the government, because as manufacturing grows, so will be the jobs, and so will be tax, that come along with it, both from consumption and corporation tax. So that would be my urgent call to the government to focus and see those specific areas for upskilling and.
Ever heard collateral? Hi, my name is Natasha Gunda, and this is Street Biashara. We are on the streets of Nairobi to ask Kenyans if they know about this term.
I don't know if it's kind of related, but let me say collateral, bilateral, I don't know.
Collateral, it depends on the angle you look at it. Collateral can be securities and can also be damages. Depends on the kind of perception you check or you look at it.
Collateral is what you give to the financiers when you are looking for a loan, so that they retain the collateral and then you get the money.
Collateral is security. When you want a loan, you represent a collateral, a security to guarantee that loan, to guarantee something which, in case you default, you might be able to.
Collateral. I think I've had it. Collateral damage, like complete damage, something of the sort.
So unampea diamond, unampea nyumba, unampea some stuff. Hizi kama ng'ombe, punda, ngamia, yote, hata gari unaweza wapatia, hata gold, silver.
We're back from the streets of Nairobi. We are in studio now, and joining me is financial expert Gabriel Mwendwa, who's going to be talking to us about the term collateral. Gabriel, over to you.
So collateral is what we also call security that someone, an individual or an entity, gives to someone who has given a loan to them. So if you, Natasha, have given me a loan, I can give you my title deed or my logbook so that my car or my piece of land acts as collateral. Or collateral is useful in the scenario whereby if I default on the loan, on the repaying the loan that you've given me, then you can take the collateral and sell it to recover your money.
What happens if you take back the collateral, or the bank takes the collateral, and later on you find the money that you asked from the bank? Do they give you back your title deed or your land back?
So it depends. If they've already sold it, then there's nothing you can do, and the bank is or even the person who gave you the loan is free to do that. But if they have not sold it and they still are in possession of it, then legally you can tell them that, yes, I'm here to repay your money, so please give me back my asset. Collateral is really what they go for if you decide not to pay or default. As long as you're willing to pay or you show willingness and ability to pay, you can keep your collateral.
All right. Thank you so much. That was Gabriel Mwendwa talking to us about what exactly collateral is.
Stacey Kent is an American jazz singer whose career highlights include a Grammy nomination, album sales in excess of 2 million, gold, double gold, and platinum selling albums that have regularly reached #1 in the charts, and acclaimed concert appearances in more than 50 countries. With her warm, lyrical voice and poetic interpretation of standards, Stacey Kent is the epitome of jazz sophistication.
These commuters here you said could be.
Welcome
Cheers.
to Beijing.
Oh, thank you. So happy to be here.
Welcome to Blue Note. And this is where you're going to perform tonight.
We are going to perform here tonight. We were here last night.
Last night, too.
And we get tonight 2 shows. It's very special. I mean, really very special and very meaningful. And I even said to the audience last night during the show, you know, I'm looking at them because I'm singing to them. But then when it's not my turn and I'm standing to the side and I turn around and I see Blue Note Beijing, you know I'm far from home in this place where I'm meeting people for the first time, and it's a very powerful feeling.
First time here.
First time here.
In Beijing.
In Beijing.
Not first time in China.
No. We played in Xi'an last year, and then we were in Shanghai. And we've been in the neighborhood, but we've not come here yet. And so finally we've made it.
You travel extensively.
We do. We do. One of the reasons that works so well is because I'm always with my husband, Jim Tomlinson, who is quite simply my best friend.
You don't have to argue with the family, so you have to
No, that's
be
right.
traveling for work, huh?
This is the thing. I don't have to say, bye, honey, see you in 3 months. So this is where he stands.
Yeah.
He's on saxophones and flutes and percussion.
Okay.
He writes a lot of the music. He writes all the arrangements, and he produces my albums, and we tour together, which means that when I'm on the road for a long time, as much as I love what I do, if I left home for 3 months and left my family, I'd be quite sad. I'd be quite lonely. As much as I love the guys, to have my best friend there who gets it. We get each other, we have jet lag at the same time. We're getting on and off of the plane at the same time. We have the same experience. We have the same musical experience. So to share that is really important. And that's what allows us to tour as much as we do.
Yeah, it's a blessing to have a husband who does basically the same thing. You're on the same job, and also he's so multi-talented, which means you save a lot of budget.
Jim and I, we grew up and grew into this together. When I met Jim, I was a comparative literature student. He was a philosophy, politics, and economics student at Oxford. We met. We both decided to go on a 1-year course in music, and then boom. But we didn't make the decision. When you're on the course, what happens is it's a postgrad course for students. And so people like British Telecom or the Natural History Museum, they call up the college and they say, we need some students to come and play for this event.
Oh, wow.
And we started to get these calls. So this kept falling in our laps. I feel like this is the point in my life that made me a fatalist, because I didn't mean to be on this path, but everything kept pushing me on this path. So it was a decision made for me because word of mouth kept spreading about me. Oh, go get this girl. She's good at this. If I had stayed in New York, my parents were very, nothing against my parents, they were lovely, but they were very involved in what I was doing and kind of controlling over my path, If I had been there, I probably wouldn't have had the guts to have said to them, yeah, that's right, that's right. And then when the course ended, and I was supposed to go home. This is the part of the story that I don't tell that many people that often, but I like this part of the story. We got married. We got married in secret. Because my parents hadn't.
In secret? You didn't tell your parents?
No, because my parents hadn't met him yet. We knew we were going to spend the rest of our lives together, so it wasn't something impetuous. But I was going to be kicked out of Great Britain at the time.
I guess maybe one of the reasons was your parents were not quite sure that they would agree to your decision to do music?
Yeah, yeah.
They never saw that in you, or what?
They did, but, knowing my parents and their situation, they were first-generation immigrants into America.
Okay.
They grew up with nothing, and they made something.
They want stability.
It is the same when I talk to my friends in America whose parents emigrated from India or from here or from Italy or from other parts of the world. We're all in the same boat. So that second generation has pressure. And I invited my parents to the premiere in New York. They went, hey.
This is happening.
This is okay. She's going to be okay. So they were okay eventually.
Yeah.
Walk right across the desert.
A New York native, the London-based Kent did not initially want a career in jazz music, graduating instead with a degree in comparative literature. While studying at London Guildhall School of Music and Drama in the 1990s, she took up jazz singing. Working alongside her husband, saxophonist Jim Tomlinson, she began receiving a number of accolades, including 2 BBC Jazz Awards and a Grammy nomination for her 2007 album Breakfast on the Morning Tram. As evidence of her strong international following and in recognition of the fact that she often sings in French, Kent was awarded the Ordre d'Art et de Lettres by the French Minister of Culture in 2009. She attributes her love for the French language to her grandfather, who emigrated to America from France.
I mean, I guess everything that happened in your life would, in the end, contribute to what you're doing today.
Yeah.
Comparative literature or all these different languages that you learn, I'm sure they all have a role to play in your career now. So, but what kind of connections do you see between, what you learn and what you do now?
I think that my path led me here because I was that literature student and language student, and I think that gave me such a love of storytelling, and it taught me early on that I was able to tell my story in my way. But maybe even more important than that, my grandfather grew up in France, and he grew up with nothing, but he still loved his own trajectory. He loved his own story in the world until when he went to America and he fell in love with a woman and he settled down. He really didn't like being in America at all. He never felt right there.
He's French.
He was, but we totally connected. And he gave me so much. When he was sad, and he taught me French, and we would speak in this language, and he would have me recite poetry, and I was good at it. I could repeat after him, and I got it quickly. I saw him change from this sad man to this joyous man just for those minutes.
That actually is the feature that many people noticed about your singing, your time on the stage, that it's so honest and so straightforward that just like you're using your voice as the instrument, as your music, tell the story.
Yeah.
Probably it's like, when you studied your literature.
Yeah, exactly that. I think that, there are different ways to be on stage. We know this. And this is what's wonderful. Some stage shows are big, and they're loud, and they're noisy, and they're visually very noisy as well, right? If you go to Las Vegas and you go to a show, you're feeling something that is artificial, but I don't want to use artificial in the wrong sense, because we love that. We all like lights and lights, camera, action, and all that fun. It's exciting, and you see it all over the world. I'm thinking about the Bollywood films, or what goes on all over the world. We like that colorful craziness. Technicolor movies with Judy Garland, they're not real, but you enter into this very big, colorful world. But then there's the other kind. I grew up listening to people like James Taylor, or Cat Stevens, or Crosby, Stills, Nash, or Joni Mitchell, or João Gilberto. One person on a stage, maybe, with just a guitar. It's very honest, it's very intimate and personal.
And engaging.
And really engaging. So you couldn't have one without the other. But what you have to do as the artist is find which voice works for you best. And for me, I wasn't one to dress up in, feathers and boas. I keep using my hands to kind of gesture. That's not who I am. Mine is much more of a quiet, but still, I hope, engaging way of taking you and me on that very intense but quiet journey.
Was it because, you found it more connected to sing your own original songs, or what?
I think that I grew up in the standards, and I love the standards, and I still sing the standards. And in fact, they have more potency to them now because I'm not singing them all the time. Every time I grab one and I put it in the set, it feels really powerful because it's just there in and of itself. But I think I felt an itch, a real itch, when So we're coming to the point where Jim and I met Kazuo Ishiguro.
So here you are in the city with a shattered heart.
Among the lyricists who have contributed to Stacey Kent's repertoire are her husband, Jim Tomlinson, and most notably, Nobel Prize-winning author Kazuo Ishiguro. Constant themes throughout her sounds are memory, travel, and love. Originally noted as a singer of the Great American Songbook, Kent has developed her own highly distinctive and personal repertoire. Her most recent albums have featured original sounds composed by Tomlinson with lyrics in English, French, and Portuguese.
For what the citizens hear.
Ishiguro was a fan of our music. He played me on the radio one day in the BBC, and that's how I found out that he was a fan of mine, because I heard him talking about me on the radio, and I was completely overwhelmed because I loved Ishiguro's world. I mean, talk about understanding somebody's vision of the world. You know how there's some writers who you read, they might be a great writer, but you don't necessarily connect, and some writers, you read them and you see their vision.
You don't get that many Nobel laureate to write a song for you.
No, I mean, it's incredible to sit here and talk to you and tell you that story. That's a real pinch me kind of moment. How did that even happen? That serendipity, that timing, that I found out that Ishiguro was this writer who liked my music. So I wrote to him through the BBC.
You didn't know each other before?
Never met. And I said, "Dear Mr. Ishiguro, I heard your Desert Island Discs talking about my music, that you would take one of my songs away with you for the rest of your life on a desert island if you were stuck on a desert island. I cannot tell you how much this means to me because I am an enormous fan of your work." So anyway, long story short, we got in touch with each other. We became friends. And it was a little while later, it was a few years later, we were just friends for a while. But the come in, they play, they improvise, and there's pause, and then you sing out the story. I felt very boxed in.
Mm-hmm.
As a person who loves words, I wanted a through composed story. I wanted a whole arc of a story, a lifetime, in the matter of 5-6 minutes. So when we were friends with Ishiguro, and just sitting down to lunch, Jim said, we should write a song for Stacey. And he said, I really should. And this was just a throwaway comment. It was nothing. We had no plan. We had no intention. 2 weeks later, he sent the lyrics to the Ice Hotel and Breakfast on the Morning Tram. He sent them by mail, which is really fun. I like this part of the story because he didn't email them. They landed on my
mail letter.
A mailed letter.
Handwritten.
Typed.
Okay.
But still through my mailbox.
Still.
And what makes it so powerful is that I was standing on my doorstep, picked up the mail. There's an envelope.
You still check. You still checked your mailbox. Yeah. Yeah.
And there was this letter. And I opened it up. And I'm reading in my hands this lyric that was written for me by a man who's one of the world's great writers, who understands me, because he was really inside my music. He really got it. He really got me. I mean, this is the thing about having a novelist like Ishiguro write for you, because he gets inside the human condition. He doesn't just look superficially. And so I felt so understood by him. And
you never worked together before, and somehow that's the first sound he wrote for you, and then you felt the connection. Just thinking, when you were telling me your story, it's almost like different.